Now.
Ready. With a little over a week before the fates of several individuals all come together and collide, you've checked and rechecked to ensure all of the pieces are in place, that all T's have been crossed and all I's have been dotted, which they indeed have. Satisfied that everything is ready for the impending storm, you made your way to the large port city of Heian. I can't fucking pronounce Chinese names.
1 sec.
There's six consonants back to back. It's like, how the fuck do you pronounce this?
Heian.
My friend.
Hey,
Hold on.
I think.
Where the fuck this is?
Hey, yeah.
That thing. Heian.
Heian. I don't know how the fuck to say the
Heian.
first A.
I'm
Heian.
guessing.
I think it's an E, yeah.
E.
Yeah, so you made your way to the large port city of Heian in the northeast of South GCG to finally, at long last, collect Locke and keep her safe until the time for Kibohana's armies are ready to move. Having true reincarnated to be born into a very prominent merchant clan of Kibohana, Locke's role in this plan was to be the people's champion on a cultural level. Beloved by the people Kibohana, Locke has been in the public's eye since she was a little girl, winning their hearts with her impeccable charisma, compassion, and generosity. She is most well known for her efforts of managing civil affairs that... What did you say?
No problem. Sorry, go on.
She's most well known for her efforts of managing civil affairs that her clan established in the holy city of Tyrojavmak. I can't fucking pronounce these names.
Did I Okamachiize him?
I'm a free city.
Fucking Tyrojamaki, or whatever the fuck your name is.
Yep.
After they had to flee the Kibohana capital city, of name I also can't pronounce.
Why? Because that's not the capital city, is it?
Oh,
It's
not
a
anymore.
city-state, yeah.
Well, no, it's the capital. Like, though, this one is the capital Kibohana. You know, Tyrojamaki, or where the fuck you are. That's the city state.
Tsurai Okamachi.
Okay.
Thyroid what up?
Tsurai
Thyroid Komachi.
Thyroid Komachi. It's Thyroid Komachi. Okay.
But yeah, so the capital city of Kibohana during the invasion by the Red Dragon Empire. Prior to this evacuation and subsequent taking, and their subsequent taking refuge in Odoroma and Anaklisi City, Locke's clan had been the benefactor of the Kibohana nation, particularly its military, donating a portion of their profits quarterly to help fuel the Kibohana war efforts, fighting on two fronts against the Red Dragon and Elpidamenos. While the latter has long since ceased to be a concern, it was only one of the two superpowers that kept the Red Dragon in check. Without this threat, the GCZ Empire was able to turn its attention to Kibohana in earnest. And while it took them a staggering 1,500 years of on and off conflict, Kibohana ultimately fell. Yeah, imagine that, being able to fend off a fucking empire like 3-4 times your size for fucking 1,500 years.
1,500, not 15. Yeah, so...
1,500.
Yes.
Suffice to say, Kibohana did not go quietly.
No, they didn't. Fucking... It's like, we're going screaming and kicking you motherfuckers.
So, with the nation-state of Kibohana no longer present, and their trade routes completely cut off, Locke's clan decided that over almost 23,000 years as a prominent merchant clan, that it was finally time to settle down. However, Locke brought to her clan's attention that, while they could no longer aid the nation-state of Kibohana, they could still very much aid its people. Because as the heiress to become the next clan head, Locke made the bold move of establishing her clan as philanthropists, acting as benefactors to not only the people of Kibohana by sponsoring events and numerous new civil affairs and services, and services. Though Locke herself was known for how she established a large orphanage in the city for all children of the known world who had lost everything to the evils of war. An effort that you secretly aided from behind the scenes in helping usher hundreds of children over the past 2 decades from all over the world safely to reach Kibohana shores. Because almost all of the immigrant refugee children that Locke took in and raised in her orphanage grew to become upstanding citizens and pillars in their communities. Your help in this allowed Locke to back her words with not only action, but with resounding success. So successful and beloved by the people was her orphanage and their immigrant children that came from it, and she integrated seamlessly into society, that Locke's detractors were made to look like complete and utter fools from ever having opposed her. Suffice to say, Locke was a rising star and a beacon of hope for the people of Kibohana, so that they would not lose heart. Her actions also drew the attention of the Red Dragon Empire, leading them to loathe her, because due to her fame and reputation in the holy city of Tyro Jamaki, she was completely untouchable. The Empire knew that if they did anything to harm her, the people would be utterly outraged. Considering the rebel resistance was already a large problem, the last thing they needed was to give the newly subjugated people of Kibohana any more fuel to fight back after having already lost. Because you know all too well that the Red Dragon Empire cannot afford to station too many troops in an already conquered land, as they have many, many fronts to protect. However, little did the Red Dragon know that problem that they were afraid of, they were about to face. A problem that you were going to deliver to them personally. Because this has to look good. Real good.
Yep. It's like, wouldn't it be a crying shame? A fucking crying shame if you already hold like what, 4 fronts? Or like
they have 4 fronts.
Like 4 massive like fronts in like freaking subjugated areas. And then a 5th one appears with like more vigor than they had like fucking 20 something 20,000 something years ago.
You. Fucking be quiet.
I only have one thing to say to them. How do you think Rome fell?
Yep.
How
Do you
indeed?
think how do you think Germany fell?
In which war? Because in World War One, they did pretty well despite multiple fronts.
Yeah, it was
They
World
did.
War II. That was
World
really...
War II. Yeah,
Yeah,
and what the fuck was the agreement between Russia and Germany? I fucking never remember its name.
Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact.
Yes.
At least that was the thing that carved up Poland.
Yeah, fuck up their foothold entirely in Europe.
Let's see here.
Like, I get going after the Soviets was endgame goal, but deal with one front at a time, dude.
Yeah. You pissed off both the Americans and the fucking crazy Russians. Good luck.
Well, America wasn't in the war until Japan struck Pearl Harbor.
So do you have the... within play, there's a link to the maps.
Yeah, I have the map open. Or the player side map's open.
Just getting all this
Now,
ready. Alright. The whiz of an arrow flying by you quickly pulls you from your thoughts. Go to the southern plains of Kibohana map.
Southern plains of Kibohana. Ooh.
Alright. And there we go. The thundering of galloping hooves and the nightscape of Kibohana's countryside rolling by instantly returns to the forefront of your mind as you and your cloaked co-conspirators begin to close in on the carriages. Having already anticipated the incoming volley, you and your cohorts quickly shuffle formation, managing to dodge the majority of the first volley of arrows. As you scan the several carriage guards seated atop the vehicles, it is clear that there is far more, or a fair number more, present than there should be for what was supposed to be a short and simple escort. As the port town of I fucking hate these names. Dahaiwan, whatever, good enough.
The high one, yes.
Haiyan.
You are correct.
Dahaiwan is only a day's carriage ride away from Tairojimaki. You inwardly curse to yourself because while you had hoped that they wouldn't catch on that anything was amiss, you also knew that the Kibohanans are no fools. They've been the underdogs between two other major military superpowers for countless wars over 20,000 years. Just to be safe is not simply their modus operandi, but their way of life. Though thankfully this number of unexpected guards isn't nearly high enough to be a trap, but rather a precaution. However, this also means that some of them will unfortunately have to lose their lives here tonight, as you cannot turn back until your cohorts have secured the contents of the center carriage. Then you'll need to hurry back as quickly as possible, as you know that you shouldn't be here in these lands yet. You originally planned to never set foot in Kibohanan soil until everything was ready, but you had a bad feeling about this. Thankfully, your intuition was correct, as this would have quickly gotten ugly, or worse yet, the operation would have ended in failure. However, since you're here with them, you can greatly expedite the assassination. You just need to get close enough to get one of the horses of the second carriage in range. Then Sai's blessing will handle the rest. Roll initiative.
Nice. So I know that she's in the middle carriage.
Yep.
Okay.
And you know that this actually has a lot of locks to tractors in the other carriages. So it's preferable not to kill them, but hey, if it happens, it happens.
Hey, that's 20 total.
What's the natural?
A natural 10. Nope, 10 is also the natural roll.
See.
Yes. I can't because of the wording.
What?
No, because the wording doesn't say like MI10. The possibility of me rolling, like it increases my chances of rolling higher, which means that I'll just tell whenever it's like I'll just default it to 10 if it's lower than 10. Initiative, that is. Yeah, but that way. Well, actually, yeah, never mind. I probably could do it as MI.
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't if it's a minimum. Value.
What are you guys even talking about?
No, I derped. Don't worry.
I can't read stuff right now. What are you talking about?
I derped.
Initiative.
We were talking about initiative. I derped. Don't worry.
Alright, that should be the turn order. This is gonna be so hard to do myself. Or not hard, but it's gonna take a while.
Yeah,
Take your
the
time.
initiative tab takes a while.
Well, no, I mean, I already have it up. I'm just, ADHD takes me like 30 seconds longer to do anything that should be 5 seconds or less.
Yeah. Well, no worries.
Because I constantly fucking goldfish memory, forgetting what I did just like 3 seconds ago. I'm trying to fucking do the first turn. Fucking getting all the wrong tabs. Fucking which one even is this? Again, like, forgot what I was doing. I've done this like 6 times now.
You would got 8 acting based on the initiative.
Yeah, but I keep forgetting. Like I said, like 3 or 5 seconds after I've done something, I already forgot what I was even doing.
Yeah, I get ya. Just trying to help ya.
Like, I can't remember what I was doing.
Okay.
Does anyone have a set of keys on hand?
Technically speaking, this guy. According to
Yeah,
me.
I know. But, like I said, I'm going through other tabs. So we have here the guard up on the top of the second carriage. Takes aim at you guys. Kind of looks between you, then shoots down here at Co-Conspirator 3. And I already forgot the result.
I kind of feel that pain back from Chronicles when juggling a million fucking NPCs, even if it's a few.
Well, like I said, I'm trying to juggle 2.
Yeah, and it still fucks up. I know that pain.
It's because I'm going through more tabs than I normally would.
Yeah, so it kind of messes you up.
So, number 3 here tries to swerve out of the way, but manages to take the arrow in the shoulder, but could have been much worse.
Nice.
Go yum.
Das gut.
So, well, coincidentally, he's next. So he's going to shoot over here at... He's going to go over here. He actually takes aim at horse number 1 here. Fires a shot at it, then hits it on the side. Stirs a bit, but manages to not, move off the path. However, it slows it down just a little bit.
Good.
Let's see, this is so hard to do by myself. So hard.
We appreciate it. Don't worry.
Like, I'm constantly forgetting what I'm doing because I'm juggling so many things. Multitasking in ADHD is just the worst thing you could possibly do.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I don't know how the fuck I juggle for like 30 plus sessions myself.
You were a true
like,
pro.
I already forgot what I was doing like twice now. It's just, I'm juggling like 10 different things. Like 10 different tabs.
I believe you just started
Well, like I said, I know
co-conspiracy.
what I'm doing, but I keep forgetting, and then forgetting over and
Okay,
over and over
gotcha.
and over.
Gotcha.
So it's like, I know what I'm doing, but I'll forget what I was doing 6 seconds ago, and I have to go back, look again, find that, try to find the next thing that I'm doing, then forget that, go back and do it again.
Why is that so relatable? Jeez.
It's almost like you both have ADHD.
It doesn't matter if there's like 20 NPCs or if there's 2.
Yeah.
I'm getting
It's
stuck
the
on the
same
same
problem.
thing. Like I said,
Yep.
it's like the damage, and then the attack, and then where they are, what they're attacking, who they're attacking. Like I said, I have to do like 7 steps, and I keep fucking forgetting what I'm doing by step 3 or 4, and have to go back to step 1. Like, I can't even fucking remember what I'm doing. I'm constantly forgetting.
Last thing I heard was a horse being shot.
Well, like I said, I know, but I keep having to go back to the start of what I'm doing.
Yeah,
Like this, like I said, it's not the number of NPCs; it's just what I'm doing.
yeah. I gotcha.
Normally, you handle half of this. Like the entry into the sheets, that's what's fucking me up right now. Because I don't normally handle that. And I can't remember numbers long enough to input them.
Let's see.
I cannot concentrate. Fuck it, whatever.
Yeah, you can do it.
Again, I'm trying to find. It's like, okay, I got that stuff done. Now, where's this person? Oh, I already forgot what damage they did. Have to look back. Okay, where's this person? Okay, who are they attacking? I already forgot what I'm doing. Have to go back. I need fucking like 3 monitors. I've already forgotten to turn over. This is fucking impossible.
So co-conspirator 3.
No, I
In that case, it's Caravan God 1.
and I don't even fucking remember what I was doing. I don't remember what they inputted. I don't fucking remember who attacked. Okay, I just can guess that's probably what it did.
Do you usually roll with like...
Well, no, it's like I don't normally input numbers. I just roll and then go from there. It's inputting numbers that's fucking me up here again and again and again.
I mean, if you want to remember which role it was for which person, just type next to them what they will
No,
do.
like it's not that. It's after I get past that part. That part's easy. Remembering that part, putting it in the sheet, that's the hard part. This is precisely the reason why I have Emmy do it. It's because of this. I can't even fucking remember.
Okay, take your time.
See, it's like, okay, where the fuck is this person?
If you like, I can try and help you with this one. Is send me the appropriate sheet.
I can't. Alright, so Caravan Guard 1 goes to attack Spiritor 3 and misses. And whoever the fuck is next, because I can't check, I'll forget,
That
They hit. Because if I check, I'm just gonna forget what I'm doing.
should have all the caravan guns act next?
Yeah, we said I have no fucking clue who it is.
It would be Luan who is up next after God 1.
No. I have no fucking clue who it is. Like, number.
Like what number?
I'm confused.
Like I said, whoever the fuck this is just did 5 damage to fucking Conspirator 3.
That would be Caravan Guard 1.
Yeah.
So he takes another arrow, this time in the side. And I think Luan's next.
Yep, that'll be
I
Luan.
forgot to update my turn order. There we go. Alright, Luan, what do you do? You can effectively move 30 feet because technically you and the caravans are moving together, but you're much faster. So what would normally be 60 feet is 30 feet.
Can I like see the horses from this angle of like the backmost caravan?
You can kind of see number 2, but
see.
just barely, like only like, you know, the head of it.
Is that really 30 feet? No. 10, 20, 30. Yes, it is. Holy shit, that feels so so little. It's like after we move like 320 feet, like we can see our moving 30 feet, and this is like.
It's like, yeah, it's moving through mud. Now I have a bit of a better view of the horse and a view of all the dudes on the caravan.
So I would like to take my pistol and bonus action. Cunning action aim. Because I believe
Yeah,
that
because
applies as well.
technically you haven't moved.
Yes, I
horse
have 0
did.
movement. Yep. I would
And-
like to, yeah.
It is considered surprise, and because it hasn't taken an action yet.
Yep. Which is hilarious
So that's-
considering they're running for their lives.
So I believe that is double advantage.
Yes. And I've also loaded a chamber full of corrosive rounds.
So the good stuff.
The good stuff, the good shit. Which is 6. So
And you're fine, Mihai. I'm just like derp. Essentially, I just need to find a new way of doing things.
Yeah, maybe Google how
How to not be
PhD
bad.
people usually DM. Because I'm sure there should be a handful of them.
Just go to Portland, go into your Portland and five-finger discount some monitors. I'm sure it wouldn't be the first time someone did that there.
All right. So what are you doing again?
attacking horse 2 with the corrosive rounds.
Roll a Faku at double
And this
advantage.
is what did surprise do again? I never fucking remember.
They can't
Advantage on
react
attack.
to what you're doing.
And advantage on attacks against them.
Yeah, advantage on attacks against them, and they cannot use reactions against you.
Additionally, their turn gets skipped
Roll damage.
so long as they're surprised. Ow.
Well, no, it's considered surprise for the sake of that attack.
Yeah. I'm saying if they're still surprised, by the time that their turn would normally come around.
Damage calculations of this thing. That's another 25.
Roll 1d4.
That's a 4.
So, as you shoot this horse, you like clip it in the side of the head, and it like swerves. And it startles the other horse, and they get pulled way back over to there. Actually, this guy has to like, roll something because he's in the way. Can you fix that, Emmy?
Yep.
Actually, wait.
What is it?
I have a thing for this.
There you go. Music.
I have a thing about Bob.
So, as...
Wait.
What?
He gets triple advantage on the roll.
Oh, you didn't really need it because you fucking rolled good, so... You.
Ah.
So, this guy hops out of the way, and... Ooh, he rolled good. So, let's... Well, sucks to be that guy. So this guy pops up onto the carriage, kind of leaving his horse. And as he does, he just like tackles this guard off, and he just goes flying off over there. Suffice to say, I might have slowed him down a bit.
A little
I
bit.
should say.
Okay, so what else do you do, if anything?
Use bonus action, main action. Technically, I have reaction available, but can't really do anything with that.
You shake the fist. Like, oh,
Ah.
Roar!
It essentially
Yeah,
just designed to take out the horses of the carriage, so that they won't be a problem anymore.
sorry, what?
It essentially signaled to the other blades to take out the horses as they're riding by, so the guards won't be a bother.
Yep.
E.
And that would end his turn.
Okay, so I can't see who's next, so I'm just gonna do shit for them. If I
Next.
check who's next, if I go to the turn orders, I will forget what I'm doing.
Next is Caravan Guard 3. I believe he was the one who was pulled off. Yes.
Well,
So the-
he's currently tumbling behind you guys.
Next,
He might be a little distracted.
a little bit. Also with a lot of fucking bunch of bludgeoning damage.
Oh, hey, Asa, can't you use like a sticky note and write your turn order on them?
I don't imagine
have
she's
sticky
on the.
note.
She's what?
I said I'm one step ahead of you.
Aha!
Did you do that?
Well, that guy
Okay.
certainly misses. So he goes to shoot at the guy up on the caravan, like number 3, and just completely whizzes past. Okay, I have no idea who's next. I'm just
10.
gonna roll for them.
Caravan guard at 10.
And
10 is all the way in the first carriage.
so 10 takes a shot at you.
Oh, lovely.
And misses you, but it hits your horse. Make an animal handling check.
Oh, shit. What the fuck even is animal handling? What is this check?
What kind of skill check is this? What kind of arcana check is this?
Yeah,
It's an animal handling. What do you mean?
It's a wisdom
Honestly,
check.
that's a check we very rarely use.
It's a
yeah,
wisdom check.
it's super fucking rare.
Oh my.
That's a 29 at total animal handling.
So your horse begins to kind of panic, but you quickly just, steady it. And it doesn't. You don't lose any speed.
Easy gal.
And you dipped into your Quinn voice.
Yeah.
Nope, that is slightly different from my Quinn voice. Quinn's is
Alright.
deeper, more gruffy.
Yeah. All right, who's next?
Next is Caravan Guard 7.
And 7 is located in the middle carriage on the right side.
So he also takes a shot at the dude up on top, and completely misses because that guy is nimble as hell. It's almost like they're elite assassins or something.
Indeedus.
And who's next?
Caravan Guard 6.
And 6 is located.
And he
in the
takes a
middle
shot
carriage.
at you, and that hits.
Ow. Wait, hold on. I have a reaction thing for this.
Yeah. Oh, this one's a crossbow bolt.
Yeah. I'm gonna use uncanny dodge for this one.
All right, so
Which does
it hits
happen.
you, and it's going like right for your chest, but you manage to kind of duck, and it just clips on your shoulder, and then it kind of flies off into the night. You take 4 damage. Would have been 8.
Motherfuckers.
See who's next.
That'd be Guard 2.
So guard 2 moves up here to attack this guy. Try to like shove him off,
Nah.
but number 3 here just kind of dodges out of the way.
Fucking Giga Chat.
So they're all just like, get that guy. He's just like. All right, who's after
What
this
kind of
guy?
monster is this? That would be Guard 9. Nah.
Yeah, a lot of the guards rolled really good.
Nah.
Yep.
Except on
Caravan.
attack. I'll fix that.
So this one also takes a shot at you, but completely misses. Who's next?
Conspirator 2. Right, serve me. There you go.
So this one takes a shot at what's number 1. And hits it in the side, roughly where it got hit before. And it jostles around, slowing the caravan down even more.
The guy gets checked by the caravan.
I mean, he's about to. Okay, it's his turn.
You slow them down so much that your man just goes into the back of the caravan.
Okay, who's next?
King's played 6.
What? Oh,
King-
6.
Yes. Nah.
And he kind of aims back and shoots at horse number 2.
For fuck's sake. Huh? Ammonia does not want to work today.
Just keep trying. Anyway, let's see. Horsey. He hits the horse number 2. I'll restart it.
Yeah, might have to.
Okay, now try it.
There you go, that works.
Well, it sucks to be this guy. It hits the horse and it jostles, and guard number 3 gets crushed by one of the wheels. I'm rolling D4 to see which direction it moves when it gets slowed down.
Wheel what? The train?
Suffice to say, a 2 made it go to the right.
So get
Before
knocked.
looking at the map, I'm assuming it's the wheel of the train.
No,
Yeah,
they're
it's the wheel of the stagecoach just literally ran him over. Yeah, you're
Okay, I was
pretty
gonna-
sure that guy's dead.
I was gonna say, if
Rip.
it was a fucking train, he's probably ripped in half by it.
yeah, but no,
Yeah, if it was
he
a
just got
train, he'd be in for a very bad
he,
time.
he just got stampeded to death and crushed by wheel.
That's a bifurcation right there.
Alright, and that ends his turn, and who's next?
King's played 1. Come on.
Moves over here, and pops up over here. So he grabs number 4 and just throws him backwards and almost gets the number 2, but he ducks just in time for 4 to go flying over him. Well, as he's ducking, he's not able to react to number 1 as he just body slams him and just sends him flying off the carriage. Alright, who's next?
Ah, King's Blade 5.
On the right here.
Alright. And takes a shot at Caravan Guard 5. This guy takes a gun and shoots this guard number 5 in the leg.
And for his neutral
I
special,
cast
he
a
wields a
gun.
gun.
Amazing.
And you recognize that's a gun similar to your own.
Ooh. Do I know if that's like a standard issue for the blades, or if that's something to take note of?
You notice that yours is a custom because that one was loud. It was, well, louder.
Right. Mine is like a.
You have the good enchant.
Yeah.
You have the muy bueno.
the good enchant.
The pure Colombian enchant.
Congratulations, you have a Walther PPK with sound suppressor. Well, he doesn't.
So yeah, this guy's leg is just shot out from under him. And he falls and just hits his head. And that definitely broke his neck. He's dead.
Very.
Ow.
And for reference, Five, since you're not a gun person, the PPK is James Bond's pistol.
Yeah, that's a pretty good, accurate representation.
So God
theirs.
5 said.
But except for it's kind of a revolver.
I forgot to.
Alright,
God,
who's next?
so God 5 is. Next would be King's Blade 4. Ollie, who was the one who got crushed again? I forgot to update on this side.
C3. So the guy runs up here, takes a shot at Caravan Guard number 6. Yeah, this is much better now that I don't fuck with turn order.
Yeah, the turn order definitely was one of the biggest problems, like DMing, because it's just
It's
the
trying to
shifting
remember
between the
numbers
tabs.
while shifting through tabs. It's just like, ugh.
Yep. It's just, yeah, this isn't happening.
So as he fires, you see he hits this dude in the head, and there's a spark that kind of shinks off, like from the guy's helmet, and he just kind of tumbles over off. He's dead.
6 is
These
also
guys
dead.
rolling crits like no one's business. It's almost like they're assassins.
Yeah, almost like they hurt a
Yep.
fucking lot.
Oh, they know Agent 47.
All right, who's next?
Where the dude's Agent 47 kills.
Next would be Caravan God 5, but he's a little too dead, so question marks.
Mysterious individual. Yeah.
Is that the next?
Make an X save. As you know,
What?
she pulls out a wand from under his cloak and begins casting a spell.
No.
That's, you recognize at a glance, that's Fireball.
You're about to get shot by your wife. Totally not wife.
Got her!
Alright.
Oh boy, my fantastic dicks. That's an 11 on a dex save. Okay, Mihai.
Thank you.
Alright, so it blasts right into the middle of you guys. And 4 and 6 are largely, able to take the brunt of it without too much hassle. 4 manages to largely get away, but Kingsblade 5's horse just falls to the ground and this guy kind of tumbles. Let me make a check.
Technically, your horses are
And
gonna.
apparently this guy's a fucking Giga Chad because he just hops over to this dude's horse.
The horse has to make like strength checks to fucking run.
So this horse is very dead at Nat 1.
Ow.
I'm
And
thinking of the lasagna scandal that happened in France or wherever, where we're putting horse meat in that as it's
All right.
cheaper.
4 reductions, you take 27 fire damage.
so 4 and
so
5 are.
27 and evasion because that applies always.
So
Yeah,
4.
so that's half.
So 4 and 5 are both on one horse, yeah?
Yeah.
Just put that there. Because the lack of an orange square makes it seem
What
like.
three co-conspirators are up there in the north?
In the north?
The one that jumped onto the horse. There's 2 on him, there's 1 to the right. Which ones are those?
4, 5, 6.
What number did I say for the fireball?
5.
No, the damage.
You said 27 at least on my part.
Yeah, 27. Because they all failed. But rogues.
Yep. Thankfully.
And which co-conspirators are these guys again? 4, 5, 6?
4, 5, 6, yes. As I believe those are the only ones.
Alright, who's next?
That would be Caravan God 4. What is this? Although... seems to have been lost.
What?
I think Caravan God 4 must have been killed. And just deleted.
Yeah, if they're not on the map, they got thrown off the back of the bottom one.
In that case, it's just every single horse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Well,
6.
they just don't do anything. So we're back to top of the round with Caravan Guard 8. Because the other Caravan Guard completely misses the guys up on top.
Yeah. So yeah, 8 is up next.
And He takes a shot at 4 and misses, and then Leon, make a deck save. As you see this arrow coming, as it kind of like bounces off this dude's armor, it kind of shoots in your direction a bit. These radial rolls are getting kind of fun.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it's not as fun as fucking Benedict Arnold.
19.
So yeah, you're easily able to just duck it, just goes right over your head. And kind of sticks into the side of the cage. Alright, who's after that guy?
That would be.
Co-conspirator 3.
Yes. The guy's helping sandwich the god down here. He is so far above.
I just realized.
So he grapples with Caravan Guard 1, and they kind of have a bit of a scuffle before he just tosses them off.
Whoa!
And he runs up and takes this horse.
Unbuckles all the.
And starts undoing all the reins. Alright, who's next?
Caravan Guard 1. The guy who we just.
He's currently tumbling, so he goes and just flies off the map. Alright, who's next?
That would be Luan. Was a.
Now,
You're up.
now I have a question.
Yeah.
Based on how a horse's reins work with a caravan, if all of them were to be unbuckled at once, would they lose control of the horses?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they'd lose control of the carriage. It's
In
hard
that
to
case-
steer.
In that case, yeah, when you don't have control of the fucking engines. I'm gonna use a dash action over here. And stretch out my arm. And I would like to cast Unbuckle here. Or unfasten
What
there.
precisely does that do?
This is the wording for it.
And where's the spell from?
That's from Book of Lost Spells. 3rd level transmutation.
E7.
Roll 1d20 and 1d100. Just to see how bad this is.
Okay.
So they all unfasten and kind of get caught up on the horses. Although they're still largely attached, but it slows it way down because the horses are just losing control.
Right, you pull left. One might go right, one goes straight. It's like God.
Yeah.
That's
Suffice
one
to
of my.
say, that really slowed it down.
That's one of my 3rd level spells gone.
But good job.
I'd say that was worth it.
Well, next turn you can wreck this thing.
Yeah.
Powered. Drop pants.
All
Yeah,
right.
I wanted to cast it to the gods, but I kind of just I wanted that to like.
Actually, hold on, I need to
essentially
make fucking athletics checks for these dudes.
Yeah. See if they can catch up. Right?
Because the fucking thing just jostled hard.
Yeah.
I'm
Might
listening.
get some concussions from that.
That's me.
Well, sucks to be those guys because they both just fall off.
Oh.
They rolled bad.
Siege the middle carriage.
Everyone takes aims for the horses.
And then ends Luan's turn, right?
Yes. Well, bonus action used, standard action used. Can't use anything as a reaction.
Next will be God
Alright,
10.
who's
then.
next?
God 10.
He's gonna take a shot at you.
He's going to get triple disadvantage. Did the first one, the advantage on the blade count, by the way?
Well, this guy completely misses.
Whew.
Fate's a bitch.
Indeed.
Because
Indeed.
not only does he miss, you know, he like goes to take aim and he kind of loses balance and like shoots his crossbow and it hits horse number 3.
Yeah. I can't do that. I can't do
Alright,
Me
horses.
neither.
God 7, who I believe is tumbling presently.
So this horse kind of panics and then runs and manages to break loose. It starts like running off in this direction.
Nice.
And the character slows down quite a bit. And let's see, these guys get front.
Guard
Well,
7
one
just had
does.
the most... Guard 7 just had the most disgraceful out ever. Yeah.
Oh, I need to fix that.
Tumbles off. Shoots at their own horse. And gets crushed.
Yep.
Yep.
So,
It's
seven,
like, oops.
so 7's gone.
You watch like both of them like look over to that dude and like glare at him, like the mysterious guy in the other guard.
So 7 is gone, I presume.
Yeah, he got ran over. He's very dead.
God 2. Who is...
Vanguard got run over by
Our
a
two
carriage.
flies off into the distance tumbling.
I think I was trying too hard to do the grandma got run over by a reindeer thing with that.
Yeah. I'm putting their health at 0. The guys that tumble away, as I assume they're not going to be able to
Yeah.
catch up.
Yeah,
Also,
they're pretty much gone.
9.
Also, did the fireball range seem normal to me?
Yeah, Fireball
or
has
was
a
it-
very long range.
Is it 180 feet or
Yeah,
120?
it's fucking long. It's
Yeah.
I think it's
Hang on.
180.
Yeah.
Hang
Oh.
on, I can pull up fucking Valve's sheet to check this for you.
It has to be 180, I think. Thanks, Sammy.
Roll Arcana.
Da 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 da.
And who's next?
Here,
That would-
whiskey with
that would
150
be
feet
9.
for Fireball.
150. Okay.
It'd be God 9.
Also, Arcana 33.
Or 9 takes a shot at you.
Ah.
You recognize that guy as a sorcerer.
Okay. Noted.
And actually,
Okay.
roll history.
"31 history." Further move the fucking
That is a
31.
Kivo Hanan war veteran.
Oh shit.
And you're pretty sure he's an Aether Soul too.
Oh great. Do I have a mental link with the other blades?
No.
Okay.
Alright, so this thing completely misses you. Or number 10 misses you. It just kind of sticks into the carriage next to you. And who's the next after him?
I'm the Kingsblade 2. Kingsblade 2.
The name
Kind of like
Kingsblade.
dashes up over here. Who's next?
Kingsblade 6.
And he takes a shot at horse 4. This is fun.
Hmm. Okay, that Yu-Gi-Oh card actually looked fucking bad.
Oh boy.
I don't like oh boy.
So this horse also breaks free. And, well, sucks to be number 8.
Oh, okay. Actually, I changed my mind. I like oh boy.
Because as the horse breaks free, the caravan, or the carriage, without any, support holding it forward, begins to wobble. And it tips over, crushing that guy.
Ooh.
He may have taken yes damage.
Yeah, that's like 16 D10 fucking bludgeoning.
Yeah,
Let me find.
I'm gonna send another version of that only has that card that only has the artwork of the dude. The monster. And
So as this happens, some of the King's Blades start moving over towards that caravan or carriage, and then others move down here because you guys have some captors.
Yep.
And you're just thinking,
Also-
well, that's going to be some pretty penny ransom money.
Also, like the ones that chase after the third caravan, can I essentially like warn them that it's
Oh,
an
they
Aether
just let
Soul
it go.
sorcerer? Oh, they let it go.
Mission accomplished. You needed
Okay.
just the second one, but you
Yep.
got the second and captured the third.
All right.
We will take a short break. All right. So as the carriage topples over, you slow to a stop while the remaining King's Blades move in to secure the disabled carriage and finish off any survivors within it. Meanwhile, they then secure the other carriage, take those hostage, while the third speeds off into the night. You think about how great this is going to look for optics. Well, how bad it's going to look for the Empire, but that's good for you.
Yep. A Warbit like goes in and tells like, yeah, your asshole elites attacked and killed our troops and politicians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suffices, this is going to look very bad for the
Always,
Red Dragon.
always leave a witness when you're framing someone.
Yeah, especially one that no one's going to doubt.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you guys look completely like Red Dragon troops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you'd be indistinguishable unless you're like 5 feet away from you, and you're just like,
Can I give him triple advantage if I think he's like rolling intelligence
yeah.
to like for the fucking thing?
So you're helping
Like,
him
for
with
the
coming to the
conclusion,
conclusion.
yeah.
Alright.
Yes.
Yeah,
Essentially,
you can do
like-
that.
Yeah, like essentially like unerring detailed information for him to recall, more or less. Him, her, I don't remember.
Yeah, it's a guy. He's kind of
Yeah.
big.
Yeah, it's like like essentially so like details that you would not essentially be able to make up. I'm gonna use a charge for that.
That's triple advantage, right?
Triple advantage, yes.
Now just don't roll triple nat once. Or quadruple.
For all dice rolled.
You.
Including prof.
Suffice to say, that might have helped.
Nice.
I might have helped.
When framing someone, be as much of an asshole as possible.
True enough.
An asshole as towards who? Well, that's up to debate.
Suffice to say, that might have helped.
Nice. We're gonna have to go buy more red tape because they're gonna run out of it when wrapping the Red Dragon Empire in it.
Yeah, you are confident that the Kibo Hanans are going to be sufficiently pissed at what happened. All right, let's see. Where's my note? There you are. So once you see your allies now have the situation firmly under control, and you have, the fixes in for the frame, you quickly make your way back to port, because the longer you are in this place at this time, the bigger the risk of encountering the wrong people or beings, sooner than is planned. Though thankfully, you find the short journey back to be uneventful, and quickly meet up with the escort, ready to and waiting to help expedite your escape back to the port city of...
That. I already forgot the name. Haiji?
No, there's
The
a different
ports,
one.
the
The one in the south.
South Dahaiwan. There you go.
The high one. The one who did LSD.
Dahaiwan.
Ayan.
Dahaiwan. Yes.
Hyon. So yeah, back to Hyon.
Let's go.
As you board the vessel, you are once again reminded of the tedium of long-distance travel for mortals, especially now.
No, that's Clack. I need to get out of his voice.
Well, he's in your head, but not in your voice.
Yeah, he's in my head, but not in my voice. Dun, 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 dun.
Because shortly after Odaroma's ascension to Supreme Being, the goddess of Diotethys locked down all teleportation to and from on the material plane of Diotethys and its border ethereal that does not have a permanent teleportation circle as its destination. So she fucking, put everything on lockdown. Is either you teleport to a teleportation circle or you don't teleport at all.
Ooh.
So, yeah, getting around has become a lot more difficult. But It's one of those things where this is gonna hurt you more than it's gonna hurt us.
Yeah, you're gonna have to march like old school.
Oh, that's the school thing that poked me about something I wanted on my list.
Yeah, so the exception to these restrictions is teleportation aided by divine power. So, divine champions and powerful devils, more or less. So this doesn't affect Valkos at all. He still has VIP teleport access.
Yeah.
Plus, he's a member of the stars as well, so that kind of... Yeah, good luck trying to tell the god of one of the pantheons.
Yeah, look, to try telling Facella that, oh yeah, your pantheon can't do this, and it's like,
Uh-huh.
none.
For reference on what I'm talking about, for those that don't know, I have wanted a helmet teleportation just for easy back and forth between where.
Technically, Lunari wouldn't know this yet. A lot of people wouldn't know this yet.
Mm-hmm.
Because from your perspective, it hasn't happened yet. Well, actually, yeah, it did happen. But you don't know that detail. While this is no doubt inconvenient, the reasoning for this decision was to limit the rapid long-distance movement and mass relocation of mundane threats. A feat that particularly powerful enemies could very easily perform, making this this will hurt you far more than it will us move by Odoroma. However, you aren't too concerned about it, because while you and your companions won't have any divine champions with you to circumvent these restrictions, you do have Locke's true reincarnation, who's actually even better than a divine champion, because her time travel can teleport almost anywhere that isn't warded with perfect accuracy. So once she is powerful enough to actually use it in her mortal body, that is.
Yeah.
Normally wards wouldn't be a problem for the chief magical girl. However, when you really boil it down, her true reincarnation isn't actually Lockhart herself. Much like how you technically aren't actually Clackytarn either. Though, with you knowing your role in both life and after death, for all intents and purposes, you may as well be your true self. As you know, you will one day merge to become part of it. And considering just who and what your true self is, there really is no greater honor than to become part of something so grand in scope.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you could have had any asshole as your fucking, true self, but you have like the defender of the universe.
Yeah. It's like, I think I'll take that.
There are certainly worse hosts.
Yeah. There are worse hosts and worse fates out there.
Locke's true reincarnation undoubtedly feels the same, but to a far, far greater extent. Because unlike you, who has interacted with your true self for a little over 26 years now, Locke's true reincarnation will have interacted with her true self for over 1,763,000 years. Relative to her perspective, that is.
Oh, is
Fucking
that
time
all?
travelers, I swear to God. Fucking grandma.
Because an organic chronomancer's consciousness is so powerful that it instantly becomes self-aware the very moment it is brought into existence, much like how an unborn god's consciousness is. However, unfortunately for the unborn organic chronomancer, their mother's aether soul interferes with their powers of chronomancy, meaning they are stuck perceiving everything in true time until their mother actually gives birth to them and they are no longer physically in their body. In other words, the first 9 months of an organic chronomancer's existence is a very, very long 9 months.
Yeah, it's 9 months times 26,000 or something stupid.
Yeah, it's 28 days every second times however many seconds in 9 months.
Yeah.
Which
Hey,
leads to over 1 million years.
So,
Hey,
so basically, you're stuck in Tsukuyomi.
It's like you're stuck in bullet time for 9 months.
Hey Yami, you're stuck in 1 FPS bullet time.
Yeah, we're stuck in 1 FPS bullet time for 9 months. Suffice to say, it might take a while.
Like, barely. I was going with the Tsukuyomi thing because I remember how 72 hours Kakashi was in that thing, but it was only a second in real time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Now imagine it's 28 days instead. Anyway, so suffice to say, after that much time together, Locke's true reincarnation and true self are practically one and the same. In fact, your true self is almost positive that not even he would be able to tell them apart. But that is neither here nor there. Essentially, her true reincarnation and her true self have spent so much time together, Clack wouldn't even be able to tell the difference.
I will take that Chekhov's gun, thank you, and put that on the shelf waiting. I will not forget that.
The journey back to the port city of Yano. Oh, Yano. What the fuck that name is.
Port city of H.
City of Haiyan.
The Haiwan.
And South GCZ is quick and thankfully uneventful, where you then proceed to lay low for the remainder of the day before making your way to the Linus Mercantile Shipping Guild the next day, while you wait for your luggage to arrive. Admittedly, you are quite excited to meet her, despite already knowing more or less everything about her from your true self. You have also long since fallen in love with this woman, due to the influence of directly interacting with your true self so much, which you cannot help but find a little bit amusing. Because the fact of the matter is, you are very in love with a woman you have technically never met, or even spoken to before.
Yep.
However, your true self assures you that she will very much feel the same way about you, for better or worse. Though there's something about that for better or worse part that feels somehow ominous, perhaps even a bit foreboding. Yeah, Alon's like, why'd you say that?
What am I walking into? Like,
And I'm here
Also-
like, look,
can
Don't
we
worry,
just,
it's just a pink tornado.
have I been to the shipping company before? As in, like,
Yeah, multiple times.
in that case, I would have always. They would know that sometimes I go in there, then with like an alter self spell that looks like a black tabaxi,
Alright.
which is what he'll do now as well because he doesn't want to be seen as himself.
Especially
So-
around so many people.
Yes.
Are you the guy that attacked our caravan?
No.
Caravan.
I'm a perfectly ordinary Tabaxi. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
What are you
doing
going
it,
on about?
if anyone asks while doing it, just use use thaumaturgy or whatever to do your voice like fucking wandering.
just frame Lucky Days. Lucky Days like walks into like some fucking town, gets like 20 guards come and stop him. He's like, the fuck?
What the fuck is this?
I'm sure this won't bite me in the ass later, but it's funny. It's funny in the moment.
Anyways, because unlike your true self, you don't actually have any memories of Locke. Only the countless crazy stories and details you have been told about her. Though, you are all too aware that knowing something and experiencing something are two very, very different things. Regardless, you look forward to meeting her all the same. As you make your way into the guild and check in at the front desk, and they check who you are and realize, oh, this guy. You are then informed that a VIP of the guild wishes to speak to you. Though you are told that they cannot elaborate on who it is. However, this is hardly a thing out of the ordinary from your previous visits, which leads you to suspect that it is very likely Emery or Garnet that wishes to speak to you.
Ooh.
You are then led to a private meeting room in the guild. Let me fish up that.
And I would have used the actual alter self spell, not the charge, because those things do not recharge. I don't think.
Well, they do after at the dawn of the next day, sort of thing.
Do you
I
think?
probably forgot to include that.
Yeah. Okay, I'll add that.
If they're on the book, I just forgot.
Yeah. You.
Alright. So, go to the warded private room map tab thing.
Hobby. Let's see.
So you know that these places are pretty fucking secure. They're like on god level secure.
Damn.
Yeah, because Marijuana Spiritual Shipping Guild, takes security very seriously.
Yep, as you probably would have to, considering the operations they run.
Let's see. The wait is short, and it's not more than maybe 5 minutes until there's a knock at the door before the familiar face of Garnet, the president of the Marijuana Spiritual Shipping Guild, enters. Which I totally don't have the updated token, so I'm just using the retro one.
That's fine.
Let's see, where are you?
Go on. Did we not make an updated Garnet token?
Yeah, but I don't have it.
Oh, there we go.
But
This one? Yeah, that one.
alright, let's see here.
Ow.
Alright. Though you immediately notice that there's something off about her, particularly her demeanor. From your previous handful of encounters with the guild president, you found the woman to be very serious and mostly all business, not really showing much emotion in her word or body language, which is about as far as you could get from the woman now approaching you. Not to mention her attire is vastly different than anything you've seen her wear. It's very functional in comparison. The most striking feature about her appearance is the stereotypical tricorn pirate hat that she wears with a large skull and crossbones on it, which couldn't be further from the hat that she normally has. She also wears a red gambeson that covers her arms and torso, as well as extending down almost to her knees, with the upper half closed by what looks to be black straps with mithril buckles. It is easy to tell at a glance that it is reinforced and especially well made, as well as being somewhat fashionable for what is very clearly armor. The The woman also wears a pair of white linen pants that are largely obstructed by her gambeson and knee-high black leather boots. Nice to say, looking a little snazzy. Although you also notice that most of her attire has small visible signs of wear from use. Though not to the degree that they would need replacing by any means. Unless you were a noble, in which case you likely would due to the fact that it looks a little tacky.
So essentially, she looks like she's about to march into war.
Yeah, essentially,
More or
you're
less.
kind of reminded of an officer with gear that's seen some combat who just doesn't give a fuck because good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Though, if you were a noble, it is unlikely you'd be doing many activities that would cause wear on clothing and armor like this. Just as you begin to suspect that something is amiss, what she does next really throws you off, which is she offers you a large smile, a genuine smile nonetheless. Because Garnet isn't exactly known for smiling at all.
No.
If anything, she tends to have a rather grumpy look to her most of the time, though the unnatural yellow eyes of the woman in front of you seem tearful as the woman then speaks up.
Did you say cheerful or tearful?
Cheerful.
Cheerful. Okay.
Cheer.
She looks happy. Essentially, her demeanor is the opposite of Garnet. I didn't say Luan.
Yeah.
Oh, you must be Luan Tuhan. Nice to meet you.
I would say nice to meet you, but who are you and what have you done to Garnet? You look like you're about to be gone. Hold on. You look like you're about to go to war. And that smile really doesn't fit you.
She stops mid-step halfway over to you. Fine, that's...
I knew who this was as soon as you started describing.
Yeah, this is Ruby.
Today,
Ruby's appearance is distinctly different from Garnet's.
Today, Luan learns of the
Physically.
concept of twins.
Well, physically, they look identical. Their attires are pretty much the opposite. She has a look of realization that dawns on her. Oh, right. That would be my younger twin sister, Garnet. She then takes a seat at the table and holds a hand out across it to you. Ruby Marilinus, Magitech innovator and engineer.
Will kind of just looks at her for roughly a second before extending his own
Magitech
hand.
innovator and engineer of the Marilinus Mercantile Shipping Guild.
Gotcha. So she's employed by them, naturally.
Things might be a little different for her in this universe.
Yep. Well, as you already mentioned, Luan Tuhan, an operative and a vagabond, working under, well, for one, working under you. Nice to make your acquaintance, Ruby.
She gives a small nod. Though, you're also a little surprised at this. As most who are involved with the process of creating Magitech normally specialize in one of three fields: research, innovation, or engineering.
Yeah,
Finding
she's
a person who is more than one of the three is very rare, as it requires a great degree of passion and dedication to the craft. From what you recall, Minerva is the only person you have even heard of who is all three. Granted, she is both an epitomenos and a genius amongst geniuses, but that's not to say that specializing in two fields is anything to scoff at either. With that said, if not for the fact that this woman is a Marilinus, you might be a bit skeptical to accept such a bold claim readily at face value, and from someone you had only just met, no less. In fact, now you think about it, most people wouldn't have the audacity to make such a claim when introducing themselves to someone for the first time, at least not without the risk of coming off as pretentious, bragging, or particularly proud of themselves. Though as you look at Ruby, it feels almost as if she's just oblivious to how someone might see her after introducing herself as she just did. That or she just doesn't care, or maybe that's just how she is. It's hard to say at a glance. Suffice to say, Ruby and Garnet's mannerism couldn't be more different.
Well, I already have a legion of questions for you. First off, Garnet never told me anything about a twin. Second of all, if you truly are a researcher and an engineer, that is rather impressive. I'm almost tempted to not even believe you at face value like that.
She kind of dons a bit of an embarrassed smile. Yeah, I kind of get that a lot. Garnet, unless you're speaking with her outside of like a business setting or a meeting, she doesn't bring up, well, much of anything of her private life, and, well, she and I are quite different, so it's generally best that she tries not to make mention of me, because it can be a little confusing having a twin, especially one that high up.
Lord raises an eyebrow at like when she says it can be more different. You don't say.
Kind of laughs at that. Yeah, because most people say that we couldn't be more different.
I can't possibly fathom why, but based on that reasoning, I can absolutely see Garnet being rather tight-lipped. That's just how the woman is.
Scotty with a small shrug. That and they don't clue me in on too much details. Because I need to know, and, well, I don't need to know. She kind of gives you a large smile, as in like, eh. Like, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, if you don't need to know, you don't need to know. That's it.
And then she kind of like scratches her head with a bit of an embarrassed smile at the comment about her specializations. Well, I'm nothing compared to Malt. Now, she is something special. Malt's the one who taught me everything I know. She's actually...
Do I know who this mold is?
Yeah, 1 second.
Gotcha.
She'll actually... Who's up there? Malt's the one who taught me everything I know. She'll actually be here shortly, is it? She has a special request for you. It's actually her who wanted to speak to you.
Oh?
No. And if you recall correctly, Emery Marilinus had made mention of a Malt a few months ago, that they were hiding her from the Empire, though he never really elaborated on anything about her.
Great. So she's hush hush. Very hush hush.
Yeah.
Did you make mention of her, or?
No. It's more or less just like, oh, she...
Out of character using.
Yeah, actually, he would say,
Okay.
That's why the summons. Can't possibly imagine what such an esteemed Magitech person involved with Magitech could even want from me, but I suppose we'll find out soon enough.
She kind of like grins at that. I'm not supposed to talk too much about her, honestly, though. Seeing as Father and Garnet trust you, and this is a secure room, I'll say this much. You've probably never heard of them before, but she's what is called a gnome. According to Malt, they're from the other side of the edge of the world, to the west, or as she calls it, the Great Divide. She kind of like makes a face of like, huh, when she says that Great Divide part.
Oh, that thing.
You're actually also surprised at this information because while you yourself have never seen one, you've been informed from your true self what a gnome is. Much like how dwarves are not native to the other side of the Great Divide, gnomes are not native to this side. In fact, as far as you were aware, there were no gnomes at all on this side. This is your first time hearing of one.
A gnome, you say? I believe they're not native to this side of the world, then. From what I recall. How on earth did one end up here?
That is a very good question. Oh, and let's see. Then there's another interesting thing about Malt, which is the fact that she refers to the No More as the Great Divide, as that is what gods refer to it as. You almost never hear mortals call it that, unless they are a religious scholar or someone involved with the affairs of God itself. Because otherwise, on the other side of the world, they'll call it the No More. On this side of the world, they call it the Edge of the World.
Calls Elpidon's fucky uppy the Great Divide.
Yeah. Yeah, because normally only religious scholars and those involved with gods refer to it as a Great Divide.
And Malt person doesn't strike me as either, I assume.
You have no idea. It's the first time hearing of her. You've never actually met her.
Indeed.
Gotcha.
Oh, and in regards to what she was talking about, or wants to speak to you about, Ruby grins and rests her elbows on the table and leans forward a bit. She's making it seem like it's nothing special, but she can't fool me. I can tell when she's excited, which means that she's just trying not to draw attention to it. The woman then points at you candidly. You know anything about that big fiasco that happened down in the mining city to the southwest about 2 months ago? Go on,
Do I?
full history.
That is a 32.
You actually know what she's talking about. One of the organization's spies looked into it and gave you a briefing of the situation,
Ooh.
which appears to be an almost mirror to what your true self told you about a cover-up back in Bierkel, where a mining company blasted into a cavern full of mutated monsters near AAL F-01. However, this time, there wasn't a cover-up. Instead, the mining guild that owns the mine shaft is looking for mercenaries to clear the place out. The organization greatly suspects that there was an AAL facility deep in the mines that the TS destroyed centuries ago. This theory is backed by the fact that the mining guild is so adamant on reclaiming the mines. This much trouble isn't worth an iron mine, as it supposedly is. So there's likely some Ethereum ore in the mine that they want. Because in most cases like this, they would just blast the mine shaft closed and call it a day.
Yeah.
Because it's like a bunch of iron ain't worth mutated monster. So you're like, yeah, there's definitely Ethereum in there.
Do I know if the Merolitis know of like Ethereum and its specialties? I imagine they would.
About that. Either way, considering that the Marilinus Mercantile Shipping Guild has shown a greatly increased interest in obtaining Ethereum in the past years, the fact that Ruby's bringing it up to you now pretty much confirms this to be true. Suffice to say, this has piqued your interest.
Well, I can wager a guess or two as to why this Malt would like to speak with me, and why you're here as well. After all, no mining guild would be willing to drop that much cash dough on just some petty iron.
Yeah, about that though. I think kind of gives you an odd look, which seems very odd itself. And then she like continues. Roll inside.
That's just a lot of stuff. There's a 25.
The way that she says that makes you think that how she meant that is in like, it's kind of odd that they're not. You know, she kind of gives you that vibe is in like, you would think they'd do this, but they're not.
Yeah. So it's
As if she's kind of, confused herself, as in like, why wouldn't they do this?
as in why wouldn't they like dump
Yeah.
someone? Yeah.
Malt then, she didn't continue. Malt says that there used to be an AAL facility down there that was destroyed by our good friends, TAS, a few centuries ago. She is certain that it is connected to the monster problem, as they appear to be mutated, though Malt seems to be the only one that thinks the two are connected. Kind of gives a bit of a thoughtful look at that last part. And you aren't too surprised that most people wouldn't draw this connection.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on one sec. Yeah, so you aren't too surprised that most people wouldn't draw this connection. As the Thawma Archaeological Society had a priority with this side of the world, specifically due to the Red Dragon. Emma, can you fix that?
Yep, will do.
Yeah, specifically to the Red Dragon, as they wanted to find and eliminate any AALs before the Empire could find them, especially once it began to expand. The TAS seems fairly confident that they got them all on this side of the world, as there hasn't been any new news of any discoveries of AALs in the past over 3 centuries. Considering your organization has spies in the TS's administrative branch, it seems to be pretty solid, as the evidence of their internal archives backs this up too. There's been no mention of any new discoveries of ruins in almost 4 centuries. Though from what your true self knows of Minerva, and how she showed him several AALs on the other side of the world, the TS is unaware of. So you think that there's very likely some that were missed over here, though if that is indeed the case, they're likely very well hidden. Because the TS is thorough.
Yeah.
So anyway, given this fact that it's been so long since any AALs were last found, the connection between them and the mutation of creatures around them isn't something that people in this world, on this side of the world, would likely be aware of. As this was a new discovery on the other side. Like, you guys just learned this, back then. So this side wouldn't know anything about it. And with that, which means you're almost certain that Malt is indeed from the other side of the world, as she appears to claim. Though you cannot help but wonder when and how it happened. Though that is likely a question for Malt herself, given the rather warm welcome that TS had for the dwarves when they made landfall. Malt's likely not going to have talked to it about not much about it to others.
I'm tempted to drop a question. Which god teleported you? Okay, so she believes that there's still
It was
something off
Jasmine.
balance. So she knows that there's an AL there, and also is also
Yeah, there used to
positive.
be an AL, and the TS blew it up.
Yeah, and there might still be essentially traces of that in there,
About that.
except if the TAS fucking scoured the place, which they probably did.
Well, considering that they self-destruct a facility, and that very destroys it, and
Yeah.
everything around it. Yeah, suffice to say, a lightning core overloaded with self-destruct is like a small nuclear bomb.
Yeah, everything's gone.
Suffice to say, everything within like a half a kilometer is just vaporized,
Cool.
followed by a massive cave-in to like fill in the gap. So yeah, it's fucking gone. Let's see here. Do.
Why'd you jump now?
The window opener.
At that, there's a very soft knock at the door, drawing both of your attention to it before it opens. And what at first appears to be a small child enters, who's looking over a ledger of some sorts. Though as she closes the door and turns to approach you, you see that her body very clearly has adult features proportionate to her small frame. Let me fish up her token.
Fish.
Fish.
Ohio's.
Hey, I'm back. What did I miss?
Cleaning up
He-
the crew and
Mission accomplished. They got the second caravan and they captured the third. Meanwhile, they just let the first one get away because they didn't need it. Essentially, objective, get the second one. So they got that plus a bonus objective.
Oh, he's speaking with Garnet, I see.
yeah.
Technically, that's Ruby. I just haven't updated it. He thought it was Garnet until he realized there's some kind of sus about this woman. She's not acting like she should.
Interesting.
And they're just talking about how Ruby is a Magitech innovator and engineer.
Yeah, that's really good.
Things are a bit different for her in this universe.
Sounds like it.
And I can find where I put this shit.
I'm with myself.
Bloop. The woman looks to be short, even by halfling standards, and couldn't be more than 3 feet tall, if not a little less, leading you to believe that's what she was at first glance, a small halfling woman. However, her build lacks the stocky and stout characteristics that halflings would have, leaving her to appear more akin to a pint-sized adult woman than a halfling. Size aside, she also has platinum hair with a light bluish tint to it. That is very well kept, which is, now I think about it, strikingly similar to Facella's hair, not only in color, but in length as well. Or rather, somewhat in length.
This is not the fucking true reincarnation of Facella, fuck you.
And the token malt. She's small.
Yeah.
Schmoll.
Yeah, she's a little smaller than Odoroma. Because I believe Odoroma's like 3'2". I know, or is it 4'2"? I can't fucking remember.
3-2 would actually be a midget.
Yeah, Odoroma's fucking tiny. Let's see here.
It's 96. No, it has to be 4-2.
Yeah, it's probably 4'2". How tall is Anna Khaleesi?
Like 4-6.
Yeah, so she's in 4'2". Yeah,
Okay,
this
well-
woman is over a foot shorter than Odoroma. Let's see. Here we go. Where Facella's twin tails rest at the back of her head and go down to the ground, literally, this woman's twin tails rest prominently on either side of the top of her head, giving them far more definition than Facella's. And as far as length goes, they run down to just past her knees. Though her hair aside, what stands out most about her overall appearance is a black eye patch with a skull and crossbones on it, as well as her unnatural eye color, which is the same as the Marilinus's yellow, now that you think about it. As far as her actual attire goes, it's surprisingly simple, consisting only of a leather jumpsuit and a pair of black leather gloves and boots. However, despite its simplicity, you can tell that they're actually very well made. The woman takes a few steps forward before finally looking up to you from her ledger. Though as soon as she does, she seemingly freezes in place before dropping her ledger with a loud clatter as it hits the ground. Despite this, she simply continues to stand stock still and stare at you with a clear look of shock on her face, for one reason or another. Meanwhile, Ruby... Roll insight. Meanwhile, Ruby looks between the two of you a few times, seemingly not sure what to make of the situation.
Fucking potatoes, I swear to God. One day I'll learn to read you. $37.
She looks absolutely shocked to see you, as in there's something about you she was not expecting. As far as what that is, you have no idea, but she is Yash level shocked.
Is it whiskers? I'm told it's good with the ladies.
Yep. It's like... Cat... Yeah, he would actually let out a meow sound.
Oh.
You know, like cats, like cats do.
What name do you go by when you're here?
Let's see.
If it's some stupid long Tabaxi name, I'm gonna stab you.
Let's see.
You should definitely.
If you pull a fucking Lloyd on at me, you're gonna die. Who made his name obnoxiously long and just put Reliable in it so he could just use Mr. Reliable, because nobody's gonna remember his long ass name.
What you should do is fucking parody fucking Lucky Days. Unlucky Nights.
Unlucky nights.
The fucking wandering shows up, does the I'm looking at you sort of thing with the fingers.
Like I'm watching you.
That's what he goes with.
Soothing breeze.
Yes.
Soothing long breeze in the alley town. Soothing breeze. But Ruby kind of like does a double take at that and just like covers a laugh when you meow at her. And it's kind of like shakes her head. That's quite the reaction. Do you know him, Malt? And she like gestures a thumb to you. Malt blinks a few times before reaching down and retrieving the ledger from the ground and then brushing it off. She then shakes her head. No. The woman stares at her incredulously for a few seconds before shrugging it off and returning her attention to you. Anyway, that's Malt. She's the guild's head Magitech engineer.
Nice to make your acquaintance finally, Malt. In the brief time that I was here, I've been told plenty of stories about you. You're told that you are very capable and also have some rather exciting news from me specifically.
Hedgemaster.
Well, see, everyone has to have a hobby, and well, she just happens to take up taking care of hedges.
The ledger.
Wait, what
And
was
so
her,
she
what
gives
was her
you-
title?
She is the head Magitech engineer of the Maryland Dispersion Palace Shipping Guild. So she's the
Okay.
one who's in charge of all the Magitech shit that's made.
Gotcha.
As innovators, they think of and create new things. The engineers make it.
Right. Gotcha.
So this girl could probably make most things Magitech. She gives you a small smile before giving a polite bow, taking a seat, and speaking. Hello. Soothing long breeze in the alley town.
Oh, just
It
please
is
call.
nice to meet you.
Oh, most people struggle with my name. A pleasure as well.
Just gives a small smile back at that. We're used to tabaxis. If you recall that there's a bunch of chain of islands to the west with a bunch of tabaxis on it. You would imagine since they're due west of here, they probably come here very frequently.
Yes, I do see them walking. I do see them walking around quite a lot, especially in these port towns.
She gives a small nod. So at that, you're also a little taken aback by her slow, soft, monotone voice, as it isn't at all like the very fast-paced and greatly expedited speech that your true self described a Tinker Gnome's speech mannerism to be like. In fact, it's almost the complete opposite.
Huh.
Suffice to say, you weren't expecting that.
Yeah, so she's essentially like by one word, what Mold would be an outlier, based on what he's heard.
Yeah, pretty much like outlier. Because she's not anything like what they're supposed to be like.
Right.
She actually kind of notices your reaction. Kind of gives a wry smile. The overwhelming majority of Tinker Gnomes are not like myself, as technically speaking, there is something wrong with my mental state of mind. The condition that I have is very, very, very rare, and can potentially happen to any Tinker Gnome at any time. Our culture refers to us as mad gnomes because they believe us to be crazy due to how overwhelmingly different we are to the rest of our kind. Though, in reality, we are not so much crazy as we are actually just savants. Our attention to detail and taking our time to do things greatly clashes with how Tinker Gnomes operate collectively. So we are often seen as just getting in the way. However, it is not as if it is something I could help, as I was born this way, which is even rarer still.
Then, if I were to assume a normal gnome, that would be more or less the exact opposite of you, Miss Smolt.
She just kind of gives a wry smile at that before giving a slow nod. Precisely. Ruby's kind of shrugs. Not like I would know. I've never seen another one.
It's always good to make mental notes like these, just in case. Although, considering that she's not even from this side of the world, well, I doubt I'll be running into any anytime soon. However...
Roll perception.
Da-da-da-da. 36.
Yeah, she was looking at Ruby as she was talking. Then when you said that, it was very brief, but she quickly glanced in your direction when you mentioned from the other side of the world. It was very subtle.
Oh, please, Miss Mold. I'm not antagonizing or opposing you by any means. It is but an observation. Rest assured, I am still your ally.
Malton gets a bit of a sad look before looking to Ruby. Alright, let's see. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so she then looks at Ruby. I am sorry, Ruby. But if you don't mind, I would like to speak with... name?
Soothing breeze.
Soothing Breeze. Alone for a while. Ruby then gives her a thumbs up with a smile as she stands up from her seat. Sure thing. I'll just go see if I can find his, Prowls off as she then takes the ledger from the table and flips through to another page. Before pausing for a moment, narrowing her gaze at, and then kind of like leans in a bit with a bit of a perplexed look as she continues. Luggage. She then slowly looks to Malt, seemingly as if to gain some insight into this, though she is simply met with a slow shrug from the gnome, which Ruby returns before placing the ledger back on the table.
Oh god, Ruby and Locke. That's a terrifying combination.
Anyway, message my Linkstone when you're done. I'll see if I can find whatever this luggage is in the meantime.
So how would you like your woman?
Lord stifles a curious chuckle.
Malton gives a small nod as she watches Ruby then leave. And when she does, the gnome hops down from her seat, walks over and locks the door before returning to her seat. After a few seconds, she gives a small frown. I have never been particularly good at talking with people, so I have no idea how to word this well. So I'm just going to go ahead and say it plainly.
Please, you do not need to be modest or search for correct phrasings with me or my likes. After all, it is what we hear most of the time.
She gives a small nod to that. Let's see.
You are fucking rude.
What?
Just imagine she's like, you are fucking rude. It's like, why thank you.
Tabaxi name shits in the yard.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, it's
Very
funny.
nice.
More funny than it should be. Here we go. Sorry, just shuffling things around based off of what was said, etc.
Alright.
My jaw just popped there. That felt weird.
Welcome to my world.
How did I get here?
Manny.
Alright, here we go. She then slowly leans forward a bit over the table and dons a surprisingly serious look before speaking in a somewhat lower tone. I do not know if Soothing Breeze is who you really are, or if it is just an alias. Nor do I know who you once were. But I do know 3 things about you for sure. Which is that you are a true reincarnation who is aware of the nature of its own existence. You are a fateless, and that something is protecting your true identities.
Insight? Because I believe that matched very well.
She was right on all accounts.
Of course.
Roll right. Meantime, her words immediately send a cold chill down your spine. It causes sinking feeling in your gut, which is quickly followed by a nervous sweat, because she shouldn't know these things about you. Granted, she seems unable to identify you or your true self, but that doesn't change the fact that she shouldn't even know that you have one at all. Not to mention that you are a true reincarnation, or that you are aware of it, or that you're even fateless for that matter.
Yeah, the fateless part is what worries me.
Leon, what do you do? So first, insight.
That's a 40. Very accurate considering this gnome just fucking fact dropped my ass.
You know, she's a little hard to read, but she's intentionally trying to be. And she has a very good poker face. And you're only barely able to tell that because you're like kind of thinking like, is she trying to be or is she just like that? But you notice that she's trying to be hard to read, as that she's reading you as well. In fact, you're pretty sure she's trying to get a reaction, get a read of your reaction.
Let's see. He then crosses his arms, leans back on the chair. Burden of proof, Miss Malt. It's on the accuser. And why don't you humor me while we're at this?
She pauses and just kind of stares at you. And then slowly averts her gaze, looking as if she's thinking, perhaps considering something.
And Luan did not try to say that, like, it's like, well, what the fuck is your slander? It's more so a neutral query that he put forth.
As in, like, that's quite an accusation. Can you back it up?
Yeah.
After several seconds, she returns her attention to you. First, let me say that I have never told anyone either of these things about me before. But considering what you are, and that you are responsible for one of them, I think if anyone is safe to tell, it would be you.
I'm responsible for one of the things she's about to tell me, is what she said.
Yeah, essentially, she's like, first let me say that I've never told anyone either of these things about me before, but considering what you are and that you're responsible for one of them, I think it's safe to tell you. And with that said, the reason I know what you are is because of what I am and what it allows me to do.
Does the eye patch seem weird, by the way? Like, is it just like is this just an ordinary eye patch moment?
Make a sanity check.
Because he's like, if anything, Luan would be getting flashbacks to Clack telling him about, oh yeah, there was this completely ordinary halberd, and it almost fucking killed me and my brain, and there was a goddess inside. What was it? Sanity save?
Sanity
Check.
Check, okay.
You are not about
You're
to
using
get
your
perished.
mental then.
Oh yeah, I have the fucking bonkers.
You are not about to get spiked through your head yet.
$56.
That is a very, very, very magical eye patch. In fact, it's imbued with divine power.
I can
Very imbued.
I can gather as much.
Although, based on what she said, the reason I know what you are is because of what I am. As in, like, it's her herself. And
Yeah.
what it allows me to do.
Yeah, because of what Molt is. And what the fact that what Molt is allows for her to do.
Yeah.
Curious.
Walt then pauses for several seconds with a difficult expression, before she then takes a deep breath and slowly exhales, as if mentally preparing herself for something. After a few moments, Maltman looks back to you and continues. Which is that I am a self-aware, living true soul, who is also a lore master savant.
Ooh.
The woman then appears to fall silent, and watching you, as if to judge your reaction. What do you do? He's watching you very closely.
What's special? Like, so hold on, just to get terminology straight. Living true soul, someone who opened Pandora's box, a mortal that opened Pandora's box during their first life,
Yeah.
and essentially conquered it, becoming aware of the fact of true gods and true souls and all that.
Yep, essentially, a person who opens Pandora's box must have a true soul. Essentially, they must have enough virtue to already be a true soul, they just don't know it. They need to die first.
Right.
And essentially, they have to either have a lot of virtue or a very strong consciousness. Like, very powerful consciousness, or a lot of virtue, or both. Otherwise, you just fucking die. You go straight to the great beyond.
And then Lore Master Savant, what do I recall? Like, what specialties do I recall of Lore Master Savants? Because I would have experience with two.
Yes.
Yeah, so... Well, you know, Lore's Master Savants is they are brilliant. Like, they are geniuses amongst geniuses. Beyond that of even Minerva, they're unnaturally smart. And you imagine they have a powerful consciousness because you know from Codex, he's capable of concentrating at two things at once with no difficulty.
Right.
And they have incredible magic power. Like, their magic ability is above and beyond a normal mortal by far. Like, they put them to shame. How much? Because they tend to master the fundamentals of all magics in the time it would take somebody to learn the basics of just one. They are naturally gifted at magic. So essentially, you would know that they would have a powerful consciousness, like way more powerful than the average mortal. You're not sure if it's to the degree that it alone can carry opening Pandora's box, but you think it's pretty close.
It's like,
because you know a chronomancer out the gate could open it without even flinching.
Yeah.
Because their consciousness is that powerful.
Hold on. I have 20 feet of the chronomancy sense. Do I sense it whether she's a chronomancer or not?
She is not.
How and when did you open it?
Although, actually, actually with that, you'd actually be able to sense that based on that fucking high-ass insanity check, that she has incredible innate magic power. Up there with, trying to remember the name of the woman that's at the head of church of Doriano's church.
Kiara.
Kira.
Yeah, she has more magic power than Kiara.
Jesus Christ.
Like, she's in... And you can just sense that just essentially by the distortion of the weave around her. So, which is odd because she doesn't look like a spellcaster in the slightest.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question.
So essentially, if you were to use detect magic right now, you'd have the whole room glowing. You'd be a beacon of magic.
Calling it Maldo.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I said calling it Maldo. Odin's teacher would have been a lore master.
Yep. Merlin.
Interesting. I suppose I should exchange some information then. You are correct on all three fronts. However, as for what I myself am, that I cannot say. Or rather, what my true self is. That would be breaching far too many rules of the innate cosmos hierarchy for me to do that.
That she gives a small nod, and...
But the cosmic hierarchy.
In regards to how it happened, when you first met Emery, or rather, when you met Emery and Garnet almost a year ago to negotiate arrangements, delivery, arms to Kibohana to come, Garnet mentioned that you had brought up some interesting topics without elaborating on them. You said it was for fear of them accidentally opening Pandora's box, warning them that it was dangerous, perhaps even fatal. And I never doubted that one bit. However, even with the risk, I wanted to know more about these subjects. I wanted to know if they could help me understand more about myself and why I was so different from other Tinker Gnomes. So I began to research this Pandora's box that you had mentioned. Though ultimately, I ended up with no leads whatsoever. So I then went to the Church of the God of Knowledge, Asilo, in the holy city of Tairochi-machi. Whatever the fuck that city name is.
Tadaioka Machi.
Lord.
A few weeks ago, where I went to his sacred altar and prayed to converse with him on the matter, requesting that he speak with me about the subject. Surprisingly, Asilo answered my request right away, before giving me similar warnings that you had given Emery and Garnet a few months prior. Though I insisted, I was confident I could handle these hard truths and dangerous truths. One gives a small nod, seemingly to herself. He judged me to be capable of learning them, and then proceeded to explain them to a safe degree, which made me all the more curious. So I agreed to hear the whole explanation. From there, I learned about true beings, the truth about the astral sea, and many other things regarding the mortal consciousness and reincarnation. Leading me to become a self-aware living true soul, as well as giving me the answer I was looking for. The reason why I was so overwhelmingly different from other Tinker Gnomes, which was that I wasn't just a mad gnome. It was because I was actually a lore master savant as well.
I can imagine seeing lore master savants and their ridiculous capabilities in trailblazing. I can absolutely see why you would be different, why you would even be shunned.
He gives a small nod. So there's more to it than that. Because, unlike other gnomes, who possess powerful innate magic and can wield it with great ease, Tinker Gnomes struggle to wield any magic reliably, not due to magical ability, but quite the opposite in fact. It is due to just how powerful our innate magic truly is that makes it so unwieldy to all but the most dedicated, and even then, for them, it is a challenge. As for myself, I cannot use it at all. Not even basic rudimentary magic.
Is that Luan or Soothing Breeze would then point at the or would kind of wave a finger at the eye patch. Is that what that ridiculous amount of divine power behind that eye patch is? Or rather, is that what it is for them?
She slowly shakes her head. No. This is something else entirely. It was because I was a lore master savant. And the reason why my being a lore master savant went completely unnoticed was because they are well known to be gifted in the arcane. What led me to realize it was the other characteristics a lore master savant typically had, almost all of which I had, excluding the gift of magic. In fact, it is because of my inability to use magic that I became so fascinated in Magitech to begin with, and became a Magitech researcher, who was eventually invited to join the Challenge Project. Though, upon hitting a wall, that wall being the Tharlthma Archaeological Society, I retired from being a researcher and became a Magitech engineer in Mare Fortes. But I digress.
Mare Fortes, you say?
Gives a small nod.
I believe, well, no, he wouldn't know. But isn't that like where gnomes and dwarves live in, like?
Well, you would know that from
Harmony.
your true self.
Yeah.
You know pretty much everything about the other side of the world from Clack telling you, because it's like, hey, you might need to know this.
Yeah.
So you know exactly where she's talking about.
The city of Harmony and Magitech, where gnomes and dwarves live in, well, symphony, one might say.
Well, actually, no. You know, it's it's rock gnomes, deep gnomes, and forest gnomes. They all live together. Dwarves
right, it
live
was-
specifically in Bierkel. So
Okay.
that's Gnome Town.
Gotcha. In that case, the Symphony of Gnomes, then.
She gives a nod. All 4 of our subspecies live there in varying ways.
Then, once you retired from the Challenge project, how on earth did you end up here? What, even to get this close to the No More as it is dangerous enough, let alone trying to cross it. In fact, I would argue that it is absolutely foolish and a death sentence.
One second. Trying to find something here.
This is cool. First encounter, and I'm like, I'll take that, please.
Yeah, this is one of the roles I was not expecting to happen. Because stupid low probability. It was Maul to open up about this. She then said, after retiring from the Challenge Project and working under Minerva Solde, I then went to Mirfortes and then joined the Department of Magitech Research and Development, where I was quickly involved into top secret projects. One of which was that the gnomes of Mirfortes were also trying to cross Gilmore. Which I was very surprised to find, because they had made much greater progress in the Challenge Project. In fact, they were nearing completion by the time that I joined them. Roughly 2 centuries ago, or 2 millennia ago. I helped improve a lot of designs on the vessels that they would use. Though, some of them were greatly contested and believing that it would take too long for some of the changes that I had suggested, or that they wouldn't be necessary. Because your average tinker gnome and a mad gnome think very differently. Eventually, the project was finished a little over a year ago. Although I was not satisfied with some of the readings that we had on the Magitech that was supposed to shield from the explosion of ether, the exposure. Though they would not allow me to adjust them. However, the night before departure, I snuck onto the ship that I was supposed to be on, and I made the changes anyway without saying anything to anyone. Then when we started the voyage the next day, we weren't even half across before we lost the other 3 vessels, for the exact reasons that I had warned about. And even with my changes, they weren't quite accurate enough, because I had underestimated how much power it would take to actually cross the No More, because we had no idea just how big it really was. We ultimately had a very similar experience with one of the ships that the dwarves did, where it ended up sinking off coast. Although we had sunk farther off coast, And unfortunately, not all of us were able to make it to shore. So what originally started as about a few hundred of us was slimmed down to just over a few dozen, where we made landfall by the Dwarven Kingdom. Suffice to say, the dwarves were very surprised to see us, though they welcomed us with open arms, and then created a settlement down there. It's currently a secret settlement that is very kept under wraps. It's a pretty good chance that people outside of the dwarves don't know anything about it. And it's also very small.
Might there be anything of note down in that settlement, Holt?
Well, other than a handful of gnomes from the other side of the world with advanced Magitech technology that's beyond this side of the world. She actually says that part kind of fast, with a smile.
Would you mind if I paid a visit to them then?
Certainly wouldn't hurt.
After all, they can be. After all, I myself have been working personally to help the wreckages and lost of war for almost a decade now.
About
I believe.
that, I have something that I'd like to speak with you in regards to that.
I heard as much from Garnet. I heard as much from Ruby. Shall we return from this sidetrack then?
Yeah, but first, another thing she'd said. Also, as far as how I can see true selves, I'm not exactly sure how I can do it, as it's just something that I could do ever since I became what I am just a few weeks ago. So that may be because of what I already was. Either way, I can tell if a mortal or a god has a true self, if they are a true reincarnation, or whether or not they are aware of it, and also if they are fateless just by looking at them. And though I quickly came to find that hardly any mortals at all are any of these things, which is why I was so surprised when I saw that you were not only one, but all three. And you're like, oh, so that's why she was so shocked.
Yeah, it's like all three. Yeah, because she immediately saw it.
It's like she hasn't really seen anybody that's any one, and like, oh, this guy just happens to be all three.
What? So my meowing didn't impress you, but it was about my background. That's disappointing.
She kind of like tilts her head a bit, meowing. I think she might have completely missed that.
Figures you wouldn't have registered that. Though it's understandable.
Though, when I first had this happen, I noticed that something didn't seem right, given the explanation that Isilo had just given me. Because I found that not only could I access the Chronicle Mortal Fates, something a normal true soul cannot do, but I could also read the index. Technically, I could access the Chronicle proper as well, but I immediately found that I couldn't do so without getting an awful headache the moment I tried. So I decided that it was probably best that I didn't attempt to go any further. I began to read index entries, many of which I'm fairly certain I shouldn't have been able to access. However, I made no mention of my ability to do so to Isilo, or to anyone for that matter. I feared...
That she can read the Chronicle Mortal Fates?
See, a normal true soul can't even access it. Like, it's a kind of a mental thing. You just think about it and you're like, oh, there's the Chronicle. And you kind of like envision in your head. True souls can't do that.
Yeah.
Essentially, you have to have a station to be able to access it. she can access it seemingly without one. And not only that, she can technically read the Chronicle and read the Index. See, the Chronicle proper is
Both of them.
surprising. Because
Yeah.
people with low authority stations can read the Index. Reading the Index, that's not too big of a deal. I mean, the fact that she can at all is a big deal. But reading the Index, that's one thing.
Yeah, but
And she
can read
mentioned
both the
that
Index
she
and
could
the
see-
Chronicle.
Yeah, and she can read the Chronicle proper, which is like, that's not right. It's like, unless you
No.
have a station, you shouldn't be able to do that at all.
No.
And
That's news to even me, I must say, and I have seen a fair bit of surprises.
let's see here. Do-do-do. I made no mention of it because I feared what might happen to me, as the gods were to find out that not only could I do these things that I shouldn't be able to, but that I could access index entries that not even the gods themselves could. I
Suck
actually
that,
haven't
and-
told.
But,
I actually haven't
sorry, go
told
on.
anyone about this until now. That is.
Malt. Would you trust me if I asked which ones are the most confidential that you have seen? And at the same time, he would be knocking on the glass ceiling of his head inside his mind, like, "Hey, big guy, wake the fuck up!"
He's like, "Shh, I'm listening." Clack's paying the fuck attention.
Yeah.
Clack's like, "The fuck is this?" No.
It's like, feel free to be confidential around me, and I would give her triple advantage on an inside check against that. That takes me down to 1 charge remaining today. No, 0 charges. That's all of them.
Well, keep in mind, it was over a day since you got back. So anything that you used prior would be back because it's been about 3 or 4 days.
Ah, right.
Let's see here. Where are you?
And Clark would then, add like. Actually, yeah, I'll hear her response first.
She pauses for a short while, rather than continuing, kind of averting her gaze with a bit of a troubled look. I'm not exactly. Here we go. As far as why I am telling all of this, honestly, I'm not so sure myself, as I hadn't planned on it. Originally, I just wanted to speak to you about a lead that I had found and wanted your opinion on it, as Emery and Garnet told me that you appear to know Magitech surprisingly well. So if you thought it was legitimate, I would have asked you to investigate it for me, as it would have been a benefit to both of us in the guild and the group you are a part of. Though that very quickly changed when I saw just what you were.
Changed in what regard? I am still all ears. Malt?
Kind of with a small smile. As to just who or what you are.
We'll go with what for now. But as far as, and he would kind of just straighten his posture and get like a slightly smug look, and go. But As for sake of conveniency, I am nothing but a humble tabaxi, known as Soothing Lumbrizen in the Alley Town.
She actually gives a small titter at that. I imagine so. Roll intelligence at advantage.
Intelligence. Let's see. It's a 7. Well, no, not a total 7, but a mod 7.
I think you're proficient with it.
I'm competent with it.
Yeah.
I'm competent in all mental checks except sanity, where it's like, aha.
Yes.
Yeah. 27.
Roll intuition at advantage. Actually, double advantage. Actually, no, just advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, one double advantage.
Gotcha. That is 28 minus 3, so 25.
After saying that, you think about what Malt said about beings being able to see a true self, a true God. And then something clicks, and your eyes widen because you have a realization as you remember something. It was something that Harmonia had said in her message to you all, that Xenophon delivered in her Song of Creation. It immediately comes to mind, which is that Lucky Day's true soul took one look at Harmonia and immediately knew that not only was she not a true god, but that she was actually an avatar pretending to be one.
Is that a lore master thing?
What Malt did and is describing sounds a lot like that, because the consciousness of a self-aware living true soul is actually their true self, which outside of Agents of Time isn't allowed on the material plane, which is what makes them so useful to gods. They have a high authority and can still interact with the material plane legally, though based off of this, you think that this is a trait unique to lore master savants in them becoming true souls. And if they can see stuff that high and that much, this leads you to believe that Malt may be something akin to what you and Locke were before the two of you learned that you were Chief Magical Boy and Chief Magical Girl, and just how high your authority actually lies. Leon, what do you do with this knowledge?
As Clarky charges, waving, and she waves back.
Because you're like, wait, Lucky didn't do.
Yeah. Let's see. So they can tell. So it's essentially that they're like true self, like they're aware of their true self. Then they can read the chronicle with it, and they can see stations that like really fucking high up.
No, not that they can see stations, but they can, like I said, they can walk up to a god and be like, "You have a true god." And like I said, Harmonia literally reincarnated her avatar to disguise it as a god. And he saw right through it in an instant. Not only did he know that it wasn't a true god, but it was an avatar. So he saw through it and knew what it was, despite it being reincarnated. So that's pretty fucking high security clearance.
Yeah. But so, and Malt can tell that. Malt can't tell what am I.
No, he knows, she knows. He doesn't know that you're the true magical boy, because that's your identity. So she can tell that you're a true soul, that beyond a true reincarnation and is aware of it and fateless, though she doesn't know his identity or yours. So she can't identify you, and that's probably because of the book.
Yeah.
So essentially, the book's working as intended. Oh, actually, roll intelligence at advantage.
I kind of want to talk to Wandering about this. That's a lot of sevens, but a 17.
Nice.
Roll intuition.
I'm gonna head off for a little bit. I'll just leave the recording running, unless you have any need for me within the next 10 minutes or so.
Actually, fucking roll that intuition again. You're not that big of a fucking derp.
I'll just
We can take a break always and just wait for you.
nah. You don't need to wait for me for this one. I'll have to.
Yeah,
wait
but
any-
in case we need you.
Yeah, gotcha.
No, I don't think we will.
50. Herp.
Emmy, you still here? Still recording?
Yes. She said that she left the recording open.
Yeah, the derp said that.
Well, we'll see. So you stop and think about it, and this seems like a pretty clear-cut solution here in regards to authority. This goes above time. You think that maybe Lore Master Savants fall into the realm of fate.
They might very well might.
Because another thing, roll history at advantage.
Like they would have to. It would make sense otherwise. That's a 41.
Narratively appropriate.
Yes.
At that, something clicks with what Odoroma told you about Lore Master Savants. That makes a whole lot more sense now, which was, quote, due to the sheer degree of possibility that a Lore Master Savant holds, they always leave a massive wake when they are killed before the end of their natural lifespans. Even if they're only dead for a short while before being revived, fate has a tiny bias towards the Lore Master Savants when it comes to effectively cheating death, likely due to the mess it makes when they die, so it's best avoided, end quote. That's what Aroma said. And you find yourself a bit dumbstruck at your recalling this because it all sort of makes perfect sense. Why they have a bias of fate, why they leave a massive wake when they are killed before the end of their natural lifespan, and most of all, why nobody seems to know anything about them, how they work. It's because Lore Master Savants are agents of fate, so nobody is high enough in the cosmic hierarchy to know anything about them.
Except
Everyone
those-
below them lacks the proper authority to learn anything about them.
Yeah, the only ones who can learn is the are like other agents of fate that are like higher up than them, is essentially.
Yeah, all the more reason why when I talked on the cat, it was just an awkward spot because because of what I am, I'm untouchable.
Yeah, you literally are.
He knows
You're-
what you are.
Yeah, you're an
I
agent
know.
of fate.
You're one of his underlings. And this also means that, lucky aside, Theotethys has never had a true soul that is a Lore Master Savant. Otherwise, the gods of this world would know this. But then again, could they even tell? Asilo may have been the only one that could, but even then, based off of what she said, he couldn't. But either way, it's a very interesting question.
Let me ask you, Malt. Do any times come to mind when you might have had thoughts like, I should have died there? Why am I alive? How did I survive that?
She looks very surprised at you. Are you saying that? There have been a handful of occasions where I should have died, yes. In fact, I was even a sole survivor from one incident.
Look, I'll pull back the veil just a tiny bit, personally. You are far more important than you might even think you yourself are.
Roll intuition. And advantage.
That's a 14.
Well, this one's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Because you think about it and you're like, should probably contact Lucky about this. It's like,
Yeah.
this is... It's like, you need the boss's input on this one.
Yeah.
So either Lucky or Starlight.
Yeah, either one.
Because you're
want
like,
you-
this
yeah.
is out of my jurisdiction.
I want you to do something, Walt. Stay out of sight and safe for now. Don't do anything reckless.
Kind of gives you a curious look. So what do you do?
Let's see. Knock on the glass and go to clack like. Get in contact with that black cat. I don't care if you have to find every single fucking junior to hunt him down. Get in contact with him.
Suffice to say, Junior 1 finds Lucky Days. And he's just like,
Hey, rock, paper, scissors, cheater. Hey, rock, paper, scissors, cheater. We need to talk. This is important. Come here.
Lucky Days just kind of raises an eyebrow. And so, those two talk, and down here...
Yeah.
So
Let's see.
Junior 1 fills him in on the details. And let me find where this is. Suffice to say, Lucky Days is like, what? Yeah, he has the look like you just told him that the moon's made of cheese, and you just gave him the evidence.
It's like, it isn't. Or it is?
Yeah, he's fucking shocked. And with that,
Down here. Let's see.
so just after notifying, the big guy from your perspective, a white opalescent ball of light suddenly forms near the two of you. It would appear that your true self got on it right away. Because from you, it's like literally you tap on the glass and then this happened.
I knew it. It's like, looks like he acted faster than I thought.
The ball of light then takes on a humanoid shape before revealing Starlight as the light fades. The goddess of fate then looks between the two of you before her gaze rests on you.
Gives like a candid like casual like sup wave. Allow me to introduce you, Malt. This here is Starlight. Starlight, Malt.
1 second, I'm trying to find the saying this. And of course, tokens have not been updated because why would that happen?
I swear they were changed around. Are you looking up Starlight's token?
Yeah, because I don't see it. Not on the player side.
I swear to God we had it at one point.
Yeah, because the player side never gets updated. Yeah, it's not here. Fuck.
Is it not here?
It's not here. I've looked everywhere.
Oh yeah, it's not.
Fucking get it.
This is why you like. I need to fucking build you the goddamn token tab.
No, I'm just saying it's just a matter of I just forget to do it. It's like no amount of anything will help if you just don't remember.
We have Starlight, champion of Azimuth.
Suffice to say, that might not be an option anymore. So
No.
she might have threw her proxy in a blender.
Kinda. Yeah, that's literally the only token that's not here. Ah!
Trying to find.
Speaking of player side tokens, need to get that one Lunary thing set up to be a token proper.
Oh, it hasn't yet?
Nope. Where? What color is she?
I believe she's purple. I can set it. Yeah, I mean, just can you send me the token? And also, what kind of background do you want for it?
I'm not picky about background as long as it looks nice with the thing. Let me just find it gallery.
But like forest, outdoors, indoors. Like, any preference?
I don't know. I'm not sure what would be more fitting.
I mean, she's a mercenary, I think. So, like,
More like a bounty hunter, technically. So
I think I can work something with that.
scrolling
Alright.
through
I'm just
gallery.
fixing this. Because you always forget something. That's just like the DM, bane of existence. Is no matter how much you prepare, there's always something you forget.
Yeah, something is always more.
Found the pick in the gallery for that.
All right, I'll work with that a bit later.
Yeah, no rush.
Like I said, I'm just fixing this.
If you ever feel like you're useless, remember, Kabuto thought he could control Madara and Itachi. Although, to be fair, he was controlling Itachi till some hacks happened. But Madara just said no,
Yep.
to be in control at least.
Kakayo.
He just saw this once. Oh, okay, I'm gonna break this now.
Bloop. Okay. Got that. Grab this. Where's this at? Here we go. Doop. All right, you there, Vibes?
Yes.
Yeah, so Starlight then looks at you.
How curious. I have yet to meet a true soul, nor master savant other than him.
Emphasis on him as in Lucky.
Like Luan just crosses his arms.
Starlight then turns to Malt.
I am Starlight, the lodestar of hope and the goddess of fate.
Suffice to say, Malt is visibly stunned at Starlight's formal title of address, which makes sense. Though she does manage to recover enough to respond.
I have never heard of a goddess of fate. Your formal title of address. You said that you are the goddess of fate. Are you saying that there is only one?
Starlight then nods.
That is correct. There is only one god or goddess of fate in the cosmos at any one time.
I'm here.
Hello. Starlight came to say a visit.
Yeah, I heard.
Malt gives her a somewhat confused look.
If that's the case, why is someone like you here now speaking to someone like me?
Starlight then softly shakes her head.
Because of this world's significance is greater than you might expect, and your own significance in it. That has yet to be decided due to what you are and what you have become.
Malt pauses for a moment before bringing a hand to her chin and tilting her head a bit.
Just what am I? Just what am I that I would have my fate be undecided?
The Goddess of Fate offers Malt a small smile at her question.
Something far greater than you could possibly imagine. Because your fate is entirely in your own hands to decide for yourself. Now, as far as what you are precisely, that I cannot say. At least, not while you yet still live. Because the knowledge of what you have become will cause you to become something more, something much greater. However, it will also come at the cost of terminating your mortal coil in the process.
Malt crosses her arms with a difficult expression.
Can I just
What's up?
shoot Malt in the head and be like, there, now you can ascend?
Why do I have a feeling that would be a frowned upon solution?
Lucky,
Indeed.
you're a little unhappy with you at that.
Fucking reliable did it.
Circumstances.
Circumstance.
I know.
So then Malt, Malt crosses her arms with a difficult expression.
What do you think I should do, Lady Starlight?
Starlight actually gives her a bit of a sad look at her answer. Before then she softly shakes her head.
It is not my place to tell you what to do or what not to do, or even to suggest what it is you should or should not do. That is for you to decide for yourself. However, what I can do is give you advice for whatever path you choose to walk. However,
Insight then? Or is that like, is she saying
Roll
that
insight.
is she saying that as in like it's your life, or as in I do not have the authority to?
Alright, roll insights.
Because that can be both.
And have Clack roll insight too on this one.
Oh,
Because
man,
he's just like, hold up. He's like, oh, hold on, true reincarnation. I need to see this one.
that's one. And then Clackiton. Was not expecting to need this shit today, but okay. Insight is that.
Yeah, Clack will suspect that he won't be able to tell Leon about what he's able to deduce, but he's just like, this is interesting.
That's a 49 on Clackiton's insight.
So, as far as Leon, the way she phrases that, it seems as if, like, it's not her place to do so. As in, not necessarily authority or even it's your life, but so much as because of what you are, it's your fate is in your hands, literally.
Yeah.
Clackitarn is just like, wait. So essentially, she's fateless plus. As in, like, not only does she not have a fate, but others are not fated to do anything with her. She is completely fateless. So that would then mean that a lore master savant, fate literally, they're a fate bulldozer.
Jeez.
And you think that is that she definitely then would be an agent of fate. And, with Starlight being the goddess of fate, the one kind of at the top just below, Lucky Days, it's essentially like, you work for us, but that means that we're not supposed to tell you what to do because, well, you do what you think is best. Essentially, you imagine Lucky could probably, give more insight or give more advice because, he's the guy at the top, although he probably wouldn't do that. But Starlight is just like, effectively, fate is in your hands, literally.
Fate's in your ham.
All right. Oh, closes her eyes, looking deep in thought for a short while, before eventually opening her eyes and returning her attention to Starlight.
In that case, since my becoming a self-aware living true soul, I have had a small handful of gods of our world approach me with offers of becoming their highest of stations, or divine champions, though I have turned them down, as I am not interested in getting directly involved in the affairs of hired. That would pull me away from my work, which, to be honest, I am not interested in doing. I enjoy working with and advancing Magitech technology, because these stations would pull me away from this. Though,
just a question. What? Jasmine doesn't have, like, Clack would know this. Jasmine doesn't have any divine champions or heads of church or, like, fucking highest of stations yet.
Technically, that hasn't happened yet.
Oh, that hasn't happened at this point in time?
Yeah, because you went back in true time and mortal time, both.
Gotcha.
So essentially, you had, Key drop you off over here, so none of that's happened yet.
Okay.
And it won't happen for like another 2 weeks.
Ah.
Let's see here. It then says,
though, if there is some way I can still be helpful while continuing to do what I love, I would be more than willing to do so.
Starlight then appears to pause for a few seconds before responding.
So is that then your truest wish?
The gnome nods.
Yes.
You then notice the colors of the world around you fade to the familiar black and gray of exiting the flow of mortal time. Save for the three of you. The goddess then cups her hand behind her back.
Then your fate can yet be rewritten.
She then trails off before giving her a small smile as she continues.
Or at least that's what I would say normally here. However, your fate is whatever you make it to be. So if you wish to continue down this path you have chosen, I have 2 pieces of advice for you before I go.
She then looks to you.
First, is it advisable for you to be open with Yuan Tuhan about how you came to this side of the Great Divide?
Precisely. She then kind of like puts emphasis on that last part. And then she turns her attention back to Malt.
Second, it is advisable for you to go with Ruby Marilinus when Luan Tuhan investigates your lead.
Malt seems very surprised at that.
Nothing to be. It's like. Kind of looks at Starlight. It's like, kind of with like a gaze of, what have you schemed this time?
She knows something.
Yeah.
And at that, starlight fades away. Shortly before the colors of life for the world return around you as you enter the flow of mortal time. Meanwhile, Malt silently sits, looking deep in thought. Leon, what do you do?
Let's see. A copper for your thoughts, Malt. And as you might have heard from Starlight, or as you might have caught from Starlight over there, yes, that is my current name, Luan Tu Han. On this side of the world, anyway.
He gives a small nod.
It's about what she said.
Yep.
How she said that I should go with Ruby.
Does something about the woman bother you? To the degree
No.
that you do not want to?
It's just
Hold on.
Da, 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 da.
It's just, now is a very critical time for the guild. I'm needed here now more than ever. It's because we are so busy preparing for what is to come in Kibohana. Because we will be greatly aiding the war effort once it begins. So I am needed to ensure everything's in working order. So for her to suggest that I leave and go with Ruby to investigate what I have for you to see. Frankly, if not for the fact that she, being who she has said, I would never even consider to do so.
Malt? Think of this.
But yeah, so essentially it's like, she's like, by the way, do this that you would never, ever, ever fucking do because it sounds
Yeah.
like a terrible, awful, horrible idea. But trust me on this one. I'm the goddess of fate.
It's like, Malt? I suppose, well, trust me when I say that she can be really pushy at times, but I would implore that you take her advice. I do not require for you to take her advice, because that is not my place to say so, much like it isn't hers to command you about and around, but
Well,
you are a trailblazer, and I would imagine that often trailblazers make decisions that are bad at the time, perhaps even adversarial. However, this is for the greater good of you and this planet.
I imagine that she wouldn't just suggest that for no reason.
She would not.
Although, it goes without saying that Emery and Garnet would not approve. So ultimately, I'm just gonna have to go without saying anything.
Just gives a large shrug. Because it's like they'd fucking ban her from leaving here if she brought it up. They're like, no, you're not leaving this city. You fucking crazy.
I'm certain we can arrange that. After all, I'm a master of making people disappear.
She kind of gives you a slow wink at that.
I might need your help with that one.
I'll see what I can do. After all, I am but a humble tabaxi.
Oh,
She kind of gets a look of realization and then, takes out from one of her pockets of her jumpsuit and it's a bunch of papers, which she then begins to unfold.
Oh, speaking of papers, what was that ledger that you dropped?
She looks to it.
oh. That's just in regards to delivery and what would be on the ship that just came in.
Ah,
I was
what did you
currently
expect?
looking at that and ensuring everything was in its place when you showed up.
So logistics then. Fair enough.
She gives a nod.
Generally what I do when I'm not needed.
Can't imagine those times are very what do you call it? Prevalent? Prominent?
Yeah, very frequent.
Yeah. I imagine those times aren't very frequent.
Not really, especially not now.
She kind of gives a tired smile at that. I'm not being worked to the bone. What are you talking about?
I can relate to that more than you could ever imagine, Miss Smolt.
Yeah, so she then scoots them over to you,
Thanks.
and
Thinks back to the tea party, like, clack, clack, help!
yeah, the first few decades of the Tea Party, if Clack had hair, he would have pulled out most of it.
More or less.
Thanks, Actina feeling. Now I know what that feeling is like.
I now feel immense frustration and anger.
r/TIHI.
I went decades of my life without knowing what hair felt like, and now it is ruining my frustrations.
More or less, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
I hate it.
Yeah, she. Yep, this is like TIHI material. But essentially, he would look at the papers that she slid
Roll
over.
intelligence.
Brain. Just flat.
Yep.
That's 22.
You immediately recognize what these are and what they're for. They are schematics for a proper lightning core. You should not have these.
Plenty
Like,
of things
even
this woman should not
not-
have.
Essentially, this is something that nobody on even the other side can have. Because you remember the Vault of the Skybreaker, they had miniature, lightning cores, the small cores for stuff, but from what you're aware, they didn't have lightning cores. They didn't know how to make them.
Luan would just, essentially lightly slam the papers on the desk, with a slow slam, and be like, or like a slap, and then be like, with just like a deadpan look. Where did you steal these, Miss Criminal?
Kind of gives a wry smile.
This might have something to do with what Starlight said.
Because she's like, you'd be able to tell them exactly how you got over here.
No, actually, intelligence. Because it's like, how does a lightning core get you on this side of the world? You can't even teleport.
Well, you know that lightning cores are stationary because they're big.
Yeah.
But you could stick one in a ship.
Did she fucking enforce the ship with a lightning core? In fact, I think that's pretty much exactly what she did. Either that or she smuggled it. So, I swear the smaller they get, the more mischievous they are. Whoever the creator of this cosmos is, I hate the logistic of that.
She just titters at that.
So, either you pilfered a lightning core from an AAL over in the challenge project, put it on a ship, got it on this side of the world. Or the second scenario is that you quite literally powered the ship to get across the No More with the sheer amount of power it generates. Which one is it?
Well, precisely how this happened is I worked with Minerva Schulde during my time at the Challenge Project. And
Kind of gives an embarrassed smile and kind of looks down.
I was the head Magitech engineer of the Challenge Project.
You're just like, wait, what?
Because Minerva was the head
She's the head researcher.
Research. She was the head engineer.
Yeah, so there's 3 heads. Malt was one.
Well, that makes 2 out of the 3. Or that makes 2 out of the 3 heads.
I'd grown frustrated with the progress of the challenge project, and it was actually a gnome from Mayor Fortes that approached me because they wanted my help with what they had been working on, which I come to find out was very similar. And when I began to work with them, I realized that they had came up with what they called an arcane core, which was very similar in principle to a lightning core.
Wait, we've seen those before, haven't we?
Now, you've seen Aethertech cores, which use like raw magic. This sounds like it's like the basic bitch watered down. Essentially,
no, because didn't Gonimi essentially turn the Aether cores into arcane cores with his sabotage?
Yes.
Yeah. It's like Lorne would just be like, "Are you serious? You actually turned it into an arcane core?"
No, that's what they were. And basing on insinuation, she turned the arcane core into a lightning core.
Huh. So you turned a lightning core, or you turned an arcane core, which was manufactured as one, into a lightning core then.
Gives a small nod.
That is precisely how we managed to cross, is because I had a theory regarding that perhaps if we were to use a lightning crystal and then recalibrate the core, it would be able to provide a lot more power output. However, it was hypothetical, as nobody had ever done something like it before. But based on the math and the numbers, it showed that they had a much greater output, which could then shield the vessel not necessarily even better, but for longer. Yet, despite my insistence that we should do this, they did not wish to consider it, because to properly test it would take easily several months, possibly even a few years. And, well, asking Tinker Gnomes to wait is a tall order. Asking them to wait for any great deal of time, you're wasting your own time. So instead, I got all the calculations needed and everything I needed. So when we went to the night before that we were to depart, I snuck onto our vessel and altered the arcane core and turned it into a lightning core. And since I was in charge of the engineering room, I just kept everybody out of it, so nobody be any the wiser.
You just fucking hit it.
It became very clear that the arcane core did not have nearly enough output of energy to last long enough to cross the No More. However, the lightning core, at least, well, the makeshift lightning core that I made, managed to have just enough to get across and outside of the Great Divide, but not much further than that. So at least we were able to take boats the rest of the way, though it was a rather grueling row, so to speak.
You kind of like grimaces at that, because you're like, that would take days.
Yeah.
Days of just rowing on the high sea.
Yeah, that's rough.
And you're like, well, that
yeah.
explains why the TS didn't find them, because when they didn't show up at their, hey, they'll make it here at this time, a fucking week later. Well, I guess they didn't make it. Everyone leaves. The next day, a bunch of fucking gnomes come up in rowboats after they're gone. You're pretty sure that's what happened.
So, wait, so does that mean that the fucking lightning core then just sank to the No More?
Essentially, it's probably like a mile or two off the coast, down underground, or down in the water. So the wreckage of the vessel would be over there.
Yeah.
You just need to be able to get to it.
Yeah. That's something to make a note of. Once, well, the war effort
Permission
has
to-
gotten underway.
Malt would then get a look of realization.
Oh, I know where the wreckage is. I made note of it at the time of the sinking. Because I figured that we might be able to come back for what was down there later. There's quite a degree of Magitech technology. Mare Fortes was much more advanced than elsewhere in the world.
And people say keen mind is the bad feat.
Hey, I liked having keen mind, so
I know, I wasn't poking, I wasn't...
Yeah, it's like
Thinking about you.
essentially.
Mhm.
Yeah, like as soon as they got on shore, she picked up a map and just marked precisely where it was.
Thank you, Malt. That will be tremendously of use.
Captain Velikos requested permission to pull a submarine. Oh, that was stuff.
Denied.
You need to invent one. Which is
Oh,
actually
don't worry.
something the COR crew needs to do.
Don't worry, I probably have schematics for a few different varieties of submarine. Stuff
Let's
still within my phone.
let's get the millionaire one with the fucking N64 controller. I'm sure everything will be fine.
Yeah,
Nah,
they'll-
I was thinking more with the Z-boat or the German U-boats.
yeah, there's not going to be, a bunch of trial and error to get this thing right, because that she actually takes out a map and then points at where it is on the map. Let me finish this up.
Just gave myself a funny mental image too, if we'd be able to do that with permissions. Just dresses up as the skipper or whatever from Gilligan's Island. And the skipper too. Right here on Gilligan's Island.
That is where their vessel sank. And you know that is deep water. Not like Titanic deep, but pretty deep.
Yeah, we're not getting access to that without a goddamn high-grade submarine.
I wonder, I'm just here wondering, how deep, how much does water affect magnetism? Just as the other character thing.
I don't know. Anyways, let's see. But yeah, so anyway, suffice to say, this is big. Because if lightning cores could be rediscovered and reintroduced as technology on your side of the war, it would be of a huge benefit, especially with the Magitech technology in Kibo Hana is at presently, as implementing and integrating lightning cores into it would not be difficult at all.
No.
In fact, you recall Kibo Hana was trying to figure out how to make a lightning core, back when you were around, because it's extremely complicated technology.
It's like, would I know of the AAL in Kibo Hana?
No.
Okay.
Clack wouldn't have told you about that one because that's like top secret.
I just thought of something dirty.
Essentially-
you remember the children?
Essentially, it's need to know and you don't need to know. Is more or less what it is.
I
Technically,
just thought of
would,
a
because-
dirty use for these lightning cores if we get the means to make them.
Though with this
You're-
knowledge, Clack would tell you now, and be like, well, now he needs to know. Hey, now you know.
Man, with the knowledge on how to make these things. Imagine
Yeah,
like
essentially, yeah.
a horse brought into a city with that thing set off to self-destruct at X amount at a certain time.
Yeah, that's. I mean, would be effective.
Am I too much of a military strategist there, Azu?
Well, anyways, let's see. But yeah,
No, essentially, would Lorne like think that it would be a good idea to ask Molt to make copies of the schematics and then ship them over to Kibohana?
no. This is one of those things where it doesn't leave. Like anybody. If anything, it's probably safer for you, like her, to just hang on to it, because it's like this is like the kind of thing where only the original exists, because you know precisely where it is, and there's no chance of anything else. Because if the Empire were some just freak accident were to get a hold of this, that would be bad.
Yeah.
Granted, the probability is extraordinarily low, but you know, a 0.001% chance is too high. It's higher than 0. But though this brings a question, how the hell did she plan to make this? Because you know from Minerva is one of the reasons why she couldn't make a lot of the more advanced parts is she just didn't have the technology to fabricate it. It's like you can know how to make something, but if you don't have what's needed to make that something, you ain't making it.
Yeah, there's literally nothing that you can do.
It would look very strange.
Because
for
as
her
you're
to make
looking
something
at-
that was impossible.
Because you're looking at the schematic and it shows a bunch of modifications to the arcane core that would be needed to, efficiently, make it operate, because the one she had made was very makeshift. So for a proper one would take a great degree of technology that, simply put, doesn't exist.
Yeah. I genuinely do not think that we can reproduce an accurate lightning core, even though the schematics appear to be correct. However, this is extremely valuable, Malt.
Malt nods and then points to one of the other papers, which you realize isn't actually part of the schematics, but rather appears to be a map, or at least that's what it appears to be at first, though it's a bit more complicated than that. A closer look shows that it appears to be some kind of layout of something, underground with a few parts that are circled near each other, as if to highlight them. Then you notice that one of the highlights of the area is a different color. There's a big red circle, like in the middle of all the little yellow ones.
Yeah.
Just as you begin to wonder what that is, Malton speaks.
That is a layout of the mine shafts in the region. The mining guilds of what the fuck that name is, Chinese name, are not required to report what it is they are mining, but are required to report where they are mining. The area is circled near the cavern that was blasted open where the monsters were found. Meanwhile, the red one is where it happened.
And so the yellow ones are around where the blast was, and the red one is where the blast happened. You notice they kind of encircle the area a bit.
So that would then mean that it essentially, the initial blast more or less just collapsed all around it.
No, I say essentially the area
That's
she
right.
has held are essentially like the ends of mine shafts, like where they stop. And
Oh,
then the red
okay.
one is the one where it blasted into whatever was there. And then she mentions this.
Notice how the mine shafts in that area circled zigzag.
And you didn't think much of it at first, though when she mentions it, you notice that she's right. and that the pattern of the highlighted area is vastly different from the rest of the mine shafts in the region. If you didn't know any better, you'd think that it's almost as if they're trying to mine as much as the area as they could possibly do, which seems a little odd. Especially since it's not like this anywhere else. Mob then speaks up. Most natural resources mined form in veins, pockets, and clusters, which follow natural patterns relative to what they are. So once you strike a particular resource, when prospecting, you have a fairly good idea of where the rest of it is. Which is why you see the rest of the mine shafts in the region follow distinct patterns, except for this one area. You can reach over and taps the center of the circled area, where zigzagging is, before continuing. It's because what they're mining here is not a natural formation. It's pretty clear that they're mining Ethereum in the area, and by the looks of it, a lot of it. However, there's a bit more to it than that. All intelligent.
Huh.
We'll take a short break because I need water.
Whoa.
Let me find where it was.
I feel like we're going a little over time.
Oh, what did you roll?
Was it an advantage? I didn't
No,
catch
just
that.
roll intelligence.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a 28.
Given the close proximity to where the AAL is supposed to be, which looks like it'd be just beyond in the center of all these rings, you have no doubt that most, if not all, of this Ethereum they appear to be mining would have been obliterated in the detonation of the facility, because there is no small explosion when a facility is self-destructed. The stone and everything in it, within a kilometer, is completely annihilated. Or within half a kilometer is completely annihilated before cave-ins quickly bury the space. Yet it appears as if nothing happened here by the looks of it. Then it clicks what she's getting at, which is that the AAL hasn't or wasn't destroyed, or at least not completely. Meaning there is still ruins of it down there, or at least some of it anyway. Because while Magitech is much more commonplace on this side of the world, it's not nearly as advanced as the devices you'd find on the other side of the Great Divide.
No.
Like, the advancement's not even close.
No.
It's more prevalent by far, but not nearly as advanced. So there is a lot of room for improvement. Scrapping even odds and end parts from a mostly destroyed AAL facility could lead to several major advancements here. In short, these ruins could very likely be a treasure trove of Magitech artifacts by this side of the world's standards. Suffice to say, this is a very big find.
Then, am I to take this that the Red Dragon actually know a lot more about Magitech, at least up the higher ranks, than we might think? This is dangerous.
She shakes her head. The reason why I've been largely keeping quiet about this is precisely so no one catches on. Because my worry is attracting too much attention to it, as the TAS no doubt keeping a close eye on how the situation plays out, as they know what was down there. So hiring a team of well-trained professionals to go in to lead what the TAS is observing would trace the money back to who hired them, where they'd find us. And they know we don't do anything, or we don't do something like this unless there's something significant in there of benefit to us. And considering the degree of Ethereum that we've been trying to collect, that would make it suspicious, because they would realize precisely what you just did.
And you'd realize, oh, that's bad.
Yeah, they'll fucking bear down the entirety of TAS.
Let's see what it's doing.
It's very likely the same with the guild who owns the mine. They don't want to tip off anyone as to just what they have, which is far more than they even realize. So it's safe to say they haven't and won't hire mercenaries that would be able to handle the situation easily. In fact, they'd probably turn those down who would offer as well.
And looks back up to you.
Which brings me to why I wish to bring it up with you, as I'd like to work with your organization to get in there and see what can be found, because the guild cannot touch this in our official capacity, and those of us higher profile in the guild would be unable to do so independently as well. At least not without raising any eyebrows. Ruby can get away with it because, well,
Gives a slow shrug.
she's Ruby.
Like,
I
no one would
gathered-
suspect anything.
Gathered as much from the woman.
So this requires subtlety, and probably some more underhanded cloak and dagger methods to get some people to look the other way and keep others quiet. In exchange, not only will the guild pay your organization, but we're more than willing to share anything that is found down there with you guys, because whatever undermines the Empire is in the guild's best interest.
Once again, the Marilias Mercantile Shipping Guild shows that why they keep their nose clean, they don't shy away from getting their hands a little dirty. As far as you go, you have the authority to speak in your organization's official capacity for a decision like this, which is precisely why she brought it up to you in particular. Go on. What do you do?
Well, the blades largely move unseen, and often take the role of whatever is deemed beneficial for them. Securing Ethereum would be, well, an opportunity too irresistible for us to even consider passing up.
Yeah, the
Except-
Ethereum alone makes it worth it.
Yeah, I accept your proposal, Malt. I'll attempt to get a fire team together as soon as possible. We'll need any and all information regarding what you might know of the mine shafts, their surroundings, and whatever might be facing us down there, however, provided to us.
She gives you a large smile at that. A genuine smile. And gives a nod.
I'll speak to Garnet regarding the specifics, as well as being able to give you information in regards to what I know. So for now, I'll check on Ruby.
Yes, going into an abandoned mine. Facing God knows what creatures. Just a normal Sunday.
You know as well as I do what we're gonna face.
She kind of looks at you with like a grimace. You're like, yeah, commonly found underground monsters mutated into something else. Fun. And considering how nasty they are normally, yeah. Like a lot of subterranean creatures are the kind of stuff you don't want to encounter to begin with.
No. And then
The
amp
mutated
that up.
hook horrors, like what happened when they encountered a bunch of them. It's like, yeah, those kind of suck.
Which you have yet to meet, by the way.
We'll be as prepared as you make us be,
She
but
nods at
prepared nonetheless.
that. She pulls out a small black orb from her jumpsuit and then stares at it for a few moments. Roll Arcana.
That's a link stone. I'm pretty sure. I don't love this theme. What do you mean?
Yeah, it fits Malt pretty well.
Yep, 39.
Right. That is very clearly a link stone. However, it's different than the link stones you've seen on the other side. It's more advanced. And it's more compact. Essentially, you can tell that this link stone that she has is like pretty much like top of the line, like something the Alpedamonos would have.
Yeah.
Essentially, you think about it and you're like, wait, is that Aether Tech?
Oh, you cheeky little brat. That's Aether Tech.
She just kind of smiles
What's Aether Tech?
with a slow shrug.
Inside.
Roll inside.
She's fucking lying. If she isn't, then that's gonna be interesting. $40.
She's fucking lying.
Yeah.
You think that was her attempt at a joke?
Never pursue a career in stand-up comedy, Malt. Although I am one for the gentlemanly dry humor every once in a while of an occasion.
She points at it.
I actually got this from Minerva Shoulder.
Why
It
am
was
I
a
not
present
surprised?
for my birthday.
Why am I not surprised? That is precisely something that woman would give to another department head, especially one that she would treasure.
Yeah, you can only imagine how many times you could use that during a day and how big the messages could be.
Yes.
Like she could give fucking like supply orders over that thing probably.
Probably.
And then she then puts it away and then picks up her ledger.
Ruby is already on her way here, so she'll be here in a moment. Thanks again for hearing me out.
No problem. This conversation has been very fruitful. And as in, would I have like means to contact Queen Archeon?
Oh yeah. Yeah, but not in this room.
Well, yeah.
So that'll have to wait until you're out of here.
Yeah.
Because this is a nothing goes in, nothing goes out. Well, except for gods. Well, certain gods anyway.
How the fuck did the link stone? How the fuck did the link stone get through then?
Well, you recall that the normal link stone can get past, normal Magitech crap, like the AAL blocking. So imagine Aether Tech might be a little better at it.
Ah, right, of course, it's fucking Aether Tech.
Aether Tech is like cheating. Alright, let's see. Alright, now for the last bit. Malt hops down from her seat and makes her way to the door before unlocking it. And as she reaches up for the handle, the door promptly explodes open, hitting the gnome and knocking her back several feet. Who actually nimbly hops to her feet as if nothing had even happened at all. You think Malt might be used to this sort of thing happening here. So just opening the door in her face.
Fucking.
As you think that, an elven woman proceeds to barge in, her long pink hair marking her as distinctly Kibohanan.
Oh, justice.
Alright, here we go. Her very long pink hair is tied into a very pronounced ponytail that goes down just past her waist and tied in by a black ribbon with pink stripes on the fringes. She wears what looks to be a particularly short white corsade. I think that's what it's called.
How is it spelled?
Kosode.
Corsade.
Corsade. With a pink floral design. I mean, can you make the token or like
Place
link
it.
it or something?
Yeah, place it.
And link it and place it.
Corsade. That's it.
See here.
Corsade.
As well as a dark pink hakama skirt. Hakama.
Okay. There you go.
That is also a bit short. As well as a black obi
with a similar pink floral pattern and a large pink bow seated at the center of it, with her Gita completing the overall look. Her appearance is somewhat akin to that of a shrine maiden, however, her kasade is far too short and decorative. Not to mention, her akama is a little too pink.
Yeah. Too much pink for a shrine maiden.
Very.
Yeah, too short and too pink. As for the woman herself, her large pink eyes scan the room, quickly falling on you. As she makes contact with you, you then notice that she is actually stunningly beautiful. So much so that you are a bit taken off guard by it. Suffice to say, she's easily one of the most beautiful women you have ever met. Ruby then quickly follows into the room just behind her, calling out to her. You shouldn't run into Guildhall, Lady Chinami. It's dangerous.
There's nothing to worry about. I got better a sense of balance.
It's just a coincidence, I'm sure.
Shut the fuck up!
I've got an excellent sense of balance, thank you very much.
Alright, hold on.
Okay, I'm good.
While Ruby may have called out to her, the woman appears to not even notice her.
Oh, okay.
Rather, she simply remains staring at you, and as she does, you realize that despite never having met this woman before, you feel an almost inexplicable draw towards her. Because this is the woman you were waiting for. Chinami Morio Zen. And also known as the Dreaming Maiden, due to the fact that she sleeps despite that she's an elf.
Good job, Van, you screwed up. The
Moriozen. Moriozen.
Yep.
Blah 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 Cinderella.
Oh, fucking course she's called Chinami. Oh, fucking course she is.
Tch.
It was too good. I couldn't resist. It was too easy.
I was gonna name her Shizuka, but Bunbun's like, yeah, we need to do this.
So, Luan, what do you do?
Do you kiss her?
I can't take screenshots for some reason.
Print screen?
Nope. I don't know. I've probably turned some fucking shenable off or something.
You don't have a print screen?
I do, but I never use it. I always use Windows key Shift S.
I see. Also, snipping tool.
Yep, haven't used that in a while either.
Anyway.
Yeah. Essentially, I just have a fun note. That's it. Well, first of all, he drops the fucking Tabaxi outfit. Just... Let's see. This isn't Clax, but it's still like... I've never met her before, right?
No, you've never met her, never spoken to her, never seen her.
Yeah, you know you never have. But you're drawn to her nevertheless. And you know that this is the one you've been waiting for.
Well.
What?
You're even more. It's like, well. You're even more attractive than I thought. It is incredibly nice to see you. For the first time, I suppose.
How are we doing this?
Despite speaking to her, Kinami simply continues to stare at you. Though
I'm scared because it's Chinami.
Though after a few moments, a single tear streaks down her cheek, which is soon followed by several more. Malt looks between the two of you before looking as if she's about to say something. Though before she can, Ruby leans down and covers her mouth before picking the gnome up. The redhead then looks between the two of you before shooting you a knowing smile and making her way to the door and silently taking her leave.
One gives a very subtle nod.
Returning your attention to Chinami, you find that in the few short seconds that you had looked away, the woman's face very quickly became a tear-stained mess. Even so, she still does not appear to have moved. However, not more than a moment later that her jaw starts to faintly quiver, for her demeanor then begins to further crumble. The visage of her in this state urges a powerful impulse from somewhere deep within you to act, to move to the woman's side and take her in your arms.
He would have already done so.
However, here we go. However, you find yourself simply unable to do so, as you are far too stunned by her reaction to you to even speak, let alone move. Because this isn't what you were expecting at all. You were prepared to be showered by a sea of complaints of how her life as a noble was not what she thought it would be, followed by her whining about how much she hated it. Or for her to perhaps throw herself into your arms, overjoyed at your long-awaited reunion, despite the two of you having technically never met before. Or maybe even for her to be a nervous wreck from overthinking how to best do a simple greeting, because she knows she can't do it over again if she makes a mistake. That is what you were expecting to find with your first encounter with this woman. However, you're instead met with a timid, radiant beauty who stands stock still, frozen in a moment of weakness. One where she is so vulnerable that you feel as if the act of merely reaching out and touching her would cause the girl to shatter like glass. You are suddenly reminded of the time when your true self told you about how your relationship with Lockhead began, and how terrified she was that maybe she had made another mistake, that she was about to be let down and would have to go back and find out where things went wrong, despite her having already done so an unfathomable number of times, trying to finally make you her own. It was that pure, honest devotion to win your heart that allowed you to take a step back and see what was right in front of you. Because you wouldn't even be here if not for this woman. When in your darkest hour, half a pantheon's worth of gods raced to discover exactly what you had learned so that they could then safely destroy you, it was to her that you ran. because she was the only one who could save you from them. And somehow, against all odds, and with an aether spark that simply calling it rushed would be generous, Locke managed to pull you from the jaws of oblivion. Though you would then you would later learn that she had actually failed to save you thousands of times back then. However, she knew that so long as she had time, she could eventually save you. She just had to keep trying. Because as a time traveler, time is always on your side. Which was exactly why she was so afraid of being rejected. You are outside the flow of mortal time, a place where a time traveler is not only completely defenseless, but where they are also forced to face their greatest fear, the unknown. Your shock is then washed away by a sudden sharp sting of heartache in your chest, quickly followed by a gnawing anger at yourself for failing to have noticed it sooner. Because as she stands there now before you, she is exactly as she was back then. Terrified. Terrified of the unknown. Terrified of rejection. Leon, what do you do?
Don't just drop me with what do you do?
We will take a short break. Oh, Luan. In the face of this terrified, lonely woman, what do you do?
We still know we still know our real selves, right?
Of course.
Yeah. I don't know why we wouldn't.
Yeah.
It's like,
No, you can't communicate.
Nope.
yeah, unfortunately.
You're no longer in the Magical Girl Network.
Yep. Because
Oh, you haven't spoken with Locke in 26 years.
Yeah, that's been a freaking while.
Which leads you to believe that even her true self is afraid that, her reincarnation might get rejected. So this is both of them are afraid.
Yeah. Are you afraid of... Or, what the fuck? I just defaulted... My brain just defaulted to Clack. Jesus.
He's channeling his inner Clack.
No, it's like my brain literally subconsciously defaulted to Clack. Like, I was like, okay. Afraid of making mistakes again? Lady Chinami? Well, you shouldn't be afraid since you're not making a mistake. I'm sure you've probably made many of them along the way here, and the however long 26 mortal years you never got the chance to speak with me.
It's been too long.
Really damn hasn't it? But allow me to dispel your doubts here now. You're not going to get rejected, and even if you can take the mistakes back that might and likely will happen from here on out, we'll just have to deal with them the same way that I suppose normal people do. Even I can acknowledge that it's terrifying. I can only imagine it's tenfold so for you.
You promise?
Of
Roll
course.
insight.
I should have said a centurefold, but hey. Or however fucking old Locke is. Insight. He has an advantage and MI10, and yes.
Mm,
Not MI1.
yeah.
I mean, technically, any roll is MI1.
True.
Actually, roll this at advantage.
Yes. Wow, that was a natural 3 and a natural 4. That's a 31 insight.
Despite her words, her body language still very hesitant, very uncertain.
There's some mistakes that's are easy to make up for, but this is the single one I can never take back.
This?
As in, she means like if she makes a mistake here.
Ah.
I misspoke.
It's pretty clear that she's still worried that you might change your mind or something to that degree. It's Locke. Actions speak louder than words when it comes to this doofus.
You look like you're about to shatter. In fact, I'm pretty sure you would. I don't think you will, though. And he would just lightly, carefully walk in for a tight embrace. Don't
She
worry,
tenses.
Jimmy, for I'll never reject you.
And after a few moments, she melts into you. Very similarly to how she would with Black. And you can just feel all the tension just melt away from her as she just rests against you. It feels as if years of worry and concern had just melted away in this instant. Suffice to say, she's relieved.
I miss this so much. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being a friend.
On cue.
And so, with your reunion / first meeting with Chinami, and a meeting with Malt and Garnet, right around the corner to discuss specifics. And surprisingly, the head engineer, or head Magitech engineer, will be joining you on this little excursion. That is where we will end this session.
I'll pick up from wherever next time is.